theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season 8. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we wear the frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the just caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in Frums where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hey guys, it's Julie B, and we are going to be deep diving into From Season 1, Episodes 1 and 2 tonight. Finally starting our rewatch in advance of Season 4 coming up in April on the 19th of April. Can't wait. So we have a lot of work to do to get ready in this short amount of time. It's actually exactly 2 months from today. I'm looking at the calendar. It's February 19th, so 2 months from today, we get season 4 of From. So we're going to cram in, at least try our best to do 3 seasons of rewatching and discussion on every episode of seasons 1, 2, and 3 before season 4 comes. So it's not going to be easy, and we're going to try not to be streaming all night anymore. So it's going to be tricky to do. We're also going to be covering more than one episode at a time, which also makes it more challenging because there's a lot to dissect. We rewatched episodes 1 and 2 in the Discord last night, and there was just so much to talk about. Every single scene was so rich with nuances to discuss and analyze and theorize about. Every single scene. There was not a single one that was just a throwaway. It was just 10 out of 10. Every episode of season 1 was just a 10 out of 10 masterpiece. In my opinion, the strongest season of the entire show. So we have our work cut out for us breaking this thing down. But we're going to do it, do our best. Episodes 1 and 2 tonight. And we're going to continue to do rewatch parties in Discord if you want to join us and watch. And they're going to typically be the night before the live stream. So any given night that there's a live stream, it'll be the night before in the Discord. So that's what we did last night. We started around, I think it was around 10:15 p.m. Eastern that we watched it. That's when we watched it last night. We're going to do something a little different this week, though. And Saturday, I'm planning on doing the live for episodes 3 and 4 and also the watch party the same night. So Saturday, I'm thinking around, I'm trying to get the time zone right because I'm in Central Time now. I think it'll be, let's see, 6 p.m. Is it 6 p.m. Eastern? No, 7 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, the time zone screws me up. But it'll be 7 p.m. Eastern in the Discord for Saturday, episodes 3 and 4 of From. I'll stream it and we can watch with anybody who'd like to join us. And then 10 p.m. Eastern or shortly thereafter is when we'll start the live stream on Saturday night for episodes 3 and 4. These are going to be irregular nights this week. Starting next week, it's going to be a little bit different. We'll switch up the schedule. I think it's going to be Monday. What are the days we scheduled on? Oh, I don't even remember. Monday and I think Monday and Thursday next week for the rewatch parties. But just keep an eye on the schedule in the Discord if you're in there, or look at my posts on my channel to see the weekly schedule, because I'll post it next week what nights we're going to be doing these rewatch streams. But yeah, it's going to be Monday and Thursday night next week that we do the rewatch. Next week, I think we'll do 5 and 6 on Monday and then 7 and 8 on Thursday, so we can start knocking these episodes out and get ready in time. Anyway, Scarlet is running late, but she's going to try and join us if and when she can. And Karl is going to be here in a few minutes. So let's say hi to the folks in the chat. Hey, Michael, nice to see you. I think this is, hey, Zap. Let me know if this is Zapped and Kaboom, which is with a different handle, because everybody's handles look a little different since YouTube changed the format for it. But I don't know if you're just a different Zap or if you were Zapped and Kaboom. But hello, either way, nice to see you. Hey, Doc, nice to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for the support. Please hit the like button and help us get this stream pushed out to more people. And subscribe to the channel if you're not subscribed. I'm trying to reach 2,000 subscribers, and right now I'm at 1.94K. So we're close. We need like 60 more subscribers to reach that goal, and we'll do a stream to celebrate it when it happens. Koala T was in the chat earlier. That's so cool. Koala T reacts. Such an awesome guy. He covers rap and hip hop culture, anything that's going on and hot and being talked about in the hip hop culture. And if you're a Kendrick Lamar fan, you'll definitely be at home there and you'll enjoy his content. It's very comedic. He's just a great guy, and he's been really supportive of me. So shout out to him, and if you're into that kind of content, check out his channel. Hey, Amy, nice to see you. And check out Amy's channel, Pixie Vine TV. She does gaming lives, but I think that's currently on hold. And she's been doing music content as well, uploading really beautiful music. Hi, I'm with Alice. Nice to see you. Gabrielle said, I'm still watching Traders, but I was like, I'm sure the stream won't start at 10 on the dot. Well, you were right about that, Gabrielle. I was running late as usual. Hey, Bill Chill. Greetings to you too. Hey, JT Moore. On the Road Again by Willie Nelson should be the soundtrack for episode 1. Yeah, that would be a good fit for sure. Hey, Adorned by Charisse. Welcome. Nice to see you. And let's see. Victor and those peaches, shaking my head. You're right. Victor and his beloved peaches. Hey, Fletch. Nice to see you. Sup from Maholics. Yeah, rest in peace to Eric Dane. That was really sad. I just saw that in my feed too. He had ALS. Way too young to pass away. Hey, Anthony King, welcome. 2 months, yes, indeed. Oh, Scarlet is here. Let's see. Hey, Scarlet.
Hey, I'm sorry. I was on StreamYard. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, I saw you pop on, and I was about to add you, and then you popped back off.
Yeah. Oh well. I shan't stay long.
Yeah. So, everything worked out. You had a flat tire or
Yeah.
something. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that.
Had to pull off a flat tire and put a donut on in a really high traffic area.
Oh,
I highly don't recommend it.
That's scary. Oh.
Yeah, it was scary because I could get the thing off. I almost called somebody, but I wanted to, I wanted that plucky spirit to do it myself.
Yeah, well, I'm impressed. I can't do that. I don't know how to do that. Oh,
not easy.
Glad that worked out okay. Fletch and the new fan base keeps hating on the show, saying there's no answers and it's slow pacing. Pay attention and you won't think like that. Best show currently it's from. And I agree. You have to pay attention. And if you rewatch the show like we're doing, you'll see. Just pay attention and rewatch it, and you can see how they planned out everything in advance and thought everything through. And yes, they did give us lots of answers in season 3.
Well, I mean, do they think it's going to be action-packed? I don't know. It's a town full of people talking for the most part.
Right, exactly.
It's like a character study. I guess if people don't like character studies, then it isn't a show for them, I guess, the way it's done.
Mm-hmm.
Those are like my favorite parts, like when we were doing the rewatch, like Donna talking about her sister and stuff like that. I love those parts of From.
Yeah. The very theatrical monologues that they do.
Like you could see two people on the stage sitting in chairs and acting it out, and it would be just as poignant.
Right. Yeah. I love that about the show. It's not about the blood and guts. If you watch the first 3 episodes, you might think that it's going to be all.
Well, it kind of starts out with a bang with Megan.
It does. That's
yeah.
But that's not what the show is really about. No, it starts out with a lot of gore, and that almost scared me off the show and made me miss out on this amazing series, because I thought it was going to be like that all the time, and I didn't like that. It was extreme. But
yeah, that's what we were talking about the watch party last night too. The double up of Megan being killed and her body. The actress did a good time of just sitting in that like shallow body that she was in, and then like Boyd pulling a gun on Frank, and I'm like, I don't know if I could take this. This is too much.
Yeah,
it's too intense. Everybody just like it's intensified quickly, and I thought it was going to be like this the whole time.
Yeah, that's why I stopped watching the show after the first 2 episodes, and I dropped it, and then I picked it back up maybe 6 months later, and thank God I did. Or none of this would be happening. I wouldn't even have been inspired to start a channel at all. I never would have started a channel if it wasn't for From. That's the only reason I did it. I never had any idea in my head to start a YouTube channel, not even once, ever. It was only because I got so into this and watching other people's YouTube channels, and I needed a place to share my own theories. I just had to do it. So I'm glad that these first couple episodes didn't scare me off the show permanently. And I was like, all right, this show is amazing. I'm going to give it another chance and see if I can just tolerate the gore. And as it turned out, I didn't have to tolerate much, because it really isn't that much. Yeah. Thanks with Alice. I'm feeling a little better today than average. So that it's something. But every day is a battle for me. I'm having an MRI tomorrow. We'll see what comes of that. Oh, okay, that is Zapton. Made a new YouTube account. I thought so. Zap is just such a unique,
really
unique kind of sound or name. So
sorry, can you hear my cat?
Yes, your cat. Was that cat? I was wondering what
Oh,
that
that's
was.
a cat. Yeah, that's a cat. I didn't. Apparently, I didn't shut the basement door. It's been a night.
Wow. Yeah, your cat has some things to say.
Oh yeah, she got some opinions.
That's cute. Oh, I love chatty cats. I love vocal cats.
Where she went?
Yes, Michael, it was Mr. Grant Gregory AI that did the intro. Absolutely. And yes, like Fletch said, it is epic. I love it. I'm grateful all the time that he made that for me, like for this channel. It's just so awesome. And I like that it's not just about me, it's about the whole community, and you know, it's about us, they don't dive like us. We're the fromaholics over here. So it's cool. Hey, Copper Broom, nice to see you. Welcome. And please subscribe to the channel if you're listening and you're not subscribed. Again, I'm really close to 2K. I'm trying to get there. Flash is saying hi, Scarlet. So is with Alice.
I've been cooking up a theory that I showed Fletcher a little tiny bit of, but not the deeper parts.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if I'm gonna have enough time, Julie, but I'm cooking up a theory, so I'll be sharing it when I have enough time.
Well, yeah. I mean, of course. Like, if we don't get to it tonight, then we can always do it on the next one.
Yeah.
No matter what episodes we're covering.
It's basically about Ethan and Julie and how I think Fromville is constructed by a child's imagination and how that impacts everyone.
That's really interesting that you happen to say that, because
Yeah.
that's a weird coincidence, because I rewatched it with Carl last night, and he just happened to say something really similar about the how Fromville being created by a child's imagination, because uh, because of how it doesn't make sense. Nothing makes sense there. There shouldn't be electricity, and a child wouldn't imagine what's inside the wires. He would just imagine the wires and the lamp, and Carl was thinking like, the child would remember having fun in the pool, but not necessarily the hotel. So the hotel would be there, things like that. But yeah,
that would be the only Bible in the town is a children's book of Bible stories.
yeah, so that makes sense too. Yeah.
So when you say it's like a game between entities, I think it's a game between children.
Okay.
But I'm cooking it.
Yeah.
I don't have enough time, but I'm cooking it.
A game between children. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, you told me that you had a different twist. I have a theory about this being a sort of game between two entities.
Sort of chess game, right?
Yeah, operating like a chess game between the man in yellow and the boy in white.
Yeah.
And
well,
not
I showed you the 4 seasons of Ethan, though.
Yes, the 4 different Ethan
because now people think that he's not only a child. I guess that would be Spring, and then he's the teen on the patio in the episode. So that's his teenage years, and then he becomes the man in yellow, and then he becomes Martin. And somewhere along the line, he went to the Marines because he has a tattoo.
Oh, he'd be Martin too. Oh man!
Yeah, I saw a picture of somebody put his Ethan's face on Martin's body.
Oh my god, that's wild.
Like Ethan's everyone.
Ethan's just everyone now. Oh my god.
I want to know the story of story walking that gets it there.
Oh yeah, that would be one hell of a story. If he could be everyone. he winds up being Martin too. That one is harder to wrap your head around, but yeah, just imagine. I really liked the idea of like, I think Fletch posted in my Discord the Ethan as the teen boy, the teen boy monster. And there is a resemblance. He looks a lot like that teen boy. So
yeah, I could see, like, much like you say with Victor, I could see the teen monster maybe being something that Julie story walked and saw. Like when you talk about Victor, like how Victor knew Julie.
Yeah.
I mean, I always thought it was a one-off thing, but I'm trying to, I'm trying to think about it, use my imagination,
Yes.
possibilities.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. Yeah, yeah. Let Scarlet cook. I'm letting her cook, Fletch.
It's just a bunch of bullet points too. It's a really sloppy theory. It's just like numbered, and I don't even know where to put it.
Oh, I like
Put
it.
it somewhere in your Discord.
It's a work in progress theory. No, that's cool.
Well, people keep on saying little bits and pieces I want to add to it, so I'm like, how long do I go before I just throw it out somewhere?
Right. Yeah, I know. So, well, you can still throw it out as you're adding to it, and just
Yeah, that's true.
like I have a theory that's a work in progress.
Mhm.
My theory that Julie story walked. So I've had for the last year the theory that Julie story walked to 1978 and saved Eloise. But it's a work in progress because I'm
Yeah.
not completely decided on how she saved her. You know, where did Eloise go? That part, like where's Eloise now? That's what I'm not completely decided on yet. I just believe Julie's going to be that missing link. Is she's going to go back and save Eloise and meet young Victor. And that's why Victor, as an adult, immediately takes to Julie and is so comfortable with her, despite being a loner and hardly talking to anybody. He goes up and he's like, hey, you were in one of those 2 cars, right? That hasn't happened in a long time. It's special. What do you think it means? Like he talks to her like he's comfortable.
Yeah.
It's
Like
like
he
an
knows her.
instinct.
Yeah.
Instinctively he seems to remember her, even though he can't consciously remember her. So so that's my work in progress theory on that. I'm going to make a video on it, but again, it's a work in progress, and there's nothing wrong with putting out theories that are not complete, where you can't explain everything in it yet, because I mean, the thing with a mystery box series is they don't give you enough concrete evidence to come up with a full comprehensive theory without taking a lot of logical leaps, making a bunch of assumptions.
A bunch of speculations, yeah. Because of like Eloise, you can say, well, maybe she's the one who knocked on the cabin because there's a scene where somebody's knocking on the cabin door. So you can correlate those two things together, but you can't be like, well, where is she if she isn't in these places that we've seen? If she's in a new place, that's speculation.
Right, exactly. Like then we're and that's fine to do. We can do that. I do it.
Yeah.
But I can't say I'm 100% committed to theories where I have to make a lot of assumptions like that.
And plus, how many? There are theories where there's a lot of story walkers, but how many story walkers can you get out there before it gets really messy?
Yeah, it could get very messy.
I'm almost thinking now that Julie might be a reincarnation of a story walker. Maybe there's one per cycle.
Yeah,
Kind of like Jade and Tabby. And maybe
be.
it's not the kid all the time. Maybe there's this one story walker.
I've seen interesting theories that the boy in white and the man in yellow are both story walkers. And then, they're kind of, so, they're from other times and they're currently story walkers. They're not some kind of weird immortal beings. They're story walkers right now. I don't know about that. But
it could get messy.
It could get messy. I don't know. I personally think that the only ones who can story walk are the ones who were in the cicada coma. So, I think that Randall and Marielle will also have the ability to do it.
Oh, yeah? You think so?
Yes.
Because I thought it was going to be more a past, present, future thing where Murray saw visions and Julie could travel, like, in the past or things that have passed. And then Randall would have some kind of present ability of some kind.
Right.
Just because people who write like the group things into like past, present, future, the fates and things like that.
Right.
Learned people tend to, make those metaphors.
Yeah. I like that. That's interesting. The reason that I think I've theorized about Randall specifically.
Yeah.
One reason I think that he'll be able to do it is when he and Julie went back to check out the ruins in season 3, he felt such instinctive dread and he wanted to get the hell out of there as fast as he could. He was terrified. And I think that's going to pay off. There's going to be some reason why he's so terrified of those ruins. And he refused to go back, even though Julie was fine with it. This teenager is not scared to go back, but Big Bad Randall is terrified. And I think it's because he's fated to die there, that eventually he's going to be persuaded to go with Julie story walking, and he will die there in a heroic way, saving her. That's what I think.
Well, I mean, it's anyone's guess, really. I mean, I take everybody's theories. I take them in. I process them. I think about it, because I don't think that anybody's really wrong. Nobody's really been proven wrong.
No, they haven't. Bill Chill says Scarlet is cooking. Yes.
Yeah, I was going to do this too before I go. I mean, this.
Well, you the screaming goat thing, is it fixed?
No, it's not, because it would just normally scream.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I thought you were making it do that on purpose.
No, if I touch normal, this one, I'll just do it once.
Yeah.
But this one's special. I don't know why it's special. Oh, the remix version.
Yeah.
It's more terrifying. It said screams and goat in the chat, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna scream and goat. It's been how my day's been. This is how my day's been.
That sums it up, huh?
Yeah, that's what I was doing fixing my tire. I was like,
yeah. Oh man. Well, glad that it all worked out ultimately. It's unfortunate with the timing of it all, that you can't stay long, but
yeah, it's fine. I'll catch up, but I mean, it's fun watching those 2 episodes, though. I mean, it's always a good time.
Yeah, it was fun. It's great. Watching with friends and reliving how awesome the show is from the beginning.
Replacing Norman's name with Jim in the opening scene.
Yeah.
Everybody do it. If you watch, just replace the name Norman with Jim, and you'll learn a lot.
Yes, because basically Norman the puppet is essentially Jim in that dialogue. Now it doesn't work out perfectly. It's not a perfect metaphor because Jim doesn't have a best friend in the show representing the other puppet, but yeah.
Who would be Jim's best friend? Jade? No, Jade. It wouldn't be Jade. It wouldn't be Randall.
He really doesn't have any friends, does he? He had no friends.
I mean, the parent thing kind of makes sense, because the first thing Tabitha did when she woke up in Maine was try to call her mom. So I thought the parent thing kind of connected.
Yeah.
Best friend, I don't know.
Yeah. So yeah, that part doesn't work out, but all the dialogue about Julie telling Ethan that the monster's claws went too deep, killing Norman, and Ethan's like, bring him back, Julie, bring him back. And she says, sorry, kid, when you're dead, you're gone. Sometimes life is tough, and it's basically happening where Julie is going to try to bring Jim back, and it's flipped. Ethan is now the one telling her, you can't do that. Well, he didn't specifically say it about Jim, but he was saying you can't bring back Tian Chen or Thomas from the dead with story walking. So it's interesting. Yeah. I put out a video about that a year ago saying I think Jim is represented by Norman, and I think the dialogue in that scene is a hint to us about how the story walking is going to play out, that she won't be able to save Jim. But anyway, I'll get into that more when the scene comes up, but hey Rose, thank you so much for the support. Please hit the like button, like Rose said. Let's see. Oh, Jen Hack is here. Hey, Jen. In the car for a road trip to the coast. Beautiful summer weather for the weekend. I'm jealous. I'm in freezing Iowa right now, Jen. Oh, rub it in, why don't you? Beautiful summer weather in Australia at this time. Can you imagine? Oh, that would be so nice. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, Steve is back. Haven't seen Steve in a while. And he's changed his name a bit. His Stevie Dubs. Hey kids, what's for dinner? Hey. I hope you're doing well, Steve. I hope everything is going well for you and everything's okay. I've been kind of concerned because we haven't seen you in a while, and I know you've been going through a lot with your family. So hope everything's all right, Steve.
Okay, I gotta run.
Okay. Okay. Well, sorry, we'll miss you, and and we can always get back into important points and theories you wanted to discuss about the first couple episodes on the next live.
All right.
Okay.
See you then. We'll see you at the watch party or before.
All right.
Talk to you before, Julie.
Yes. Okay. All right. And let me get back to the chat. And I'm going to try to catch up with you guys. I'm really behind at the moment. And yes, I agree with Michael and Fletch here, who were saying that TikTok and Reels destroyed everyone's attention spans. Like you want to get the answers immediately, or you get bored. This is what happens with a lot of people now, and it's true. But with Mystery Box series, what would be the fun in that? We don't want the answers right away. We shouldn't be getting them right away. And Gabrielle said, "Hi, Fromily. This is my fave community to be in." Oh, that's awesome. And it's my favorite community too, easily. The Fromily community is like family to me. Changed my life in so many ways I can't even begin to tell you. So, completely agree. Let's see. Rose said, "Shout out to Carl and also Bill." Carl is in the background here, and he's going to be joining us in a little bit. Let's see. Gabrielle said, "I really, really, really like the idea of it being a kid's imagination or dream." Wow, guys, good thoughts. Well, thank you. Thank you on behalf of Scarlet, who had to head out, and Carl is also thinking the same thing. And yeah, I think that. So here's what I think about all that. This being a kid's imagination type of situation. I don't think it's just that. I don't think it's a dream and all that we're seeing is fake, because that would be a really disappointing outcome, I think, if it's not real, if this is all something a kid is dreaming. However, I think, like I was talking to Carl about this earlier, I think it's a real place. That Fromville is a real place that was originally manifested from dreams, though, from the dreams of the children who were sacrificed. That's where it started, I think. The kids in the town, this real town, were sacrificed. And we got some exposition in season 3 where Victor recovered some buried memories, and he remembered that that basically the sacrificed children, the boy in white told Christopher that the children were laid out on the stones and they poured their hope into the roots, which became the tree. And what does that mean? Well, they didn't explain it in explicit terms, but it sounded like the sacrificed children created the bottle tree, the lighthouse. Not lighthouse. The bottle tree, the far away bottle tree. That's what created it. The hope of the dying children. It was manifested from their hope that somebody would come back one day and free their souls and break this cycle that had been set into motion by the sacrifice. This cycle where their parents became immortal monsters, and new people keep getting brought to town and killed, and these sacrificed children, as they were dying, somehow their hope created the faraway bottle tree. That's what we're supposed to glean from that season 3 revelation. And if you take that a step further, I think their hope also created this whole place, all the faraway trees, and you know, it may have created the entire place, not just the faraway trees. And if all of this is manifested from children's minds, then it would explain why things work when they really shouldn't, like um you know cords without anything inside them, electrical cords work and the lights turn on when they shouldn't. Now, of course, electricity didn't exist back when these kids were sacrificed, because we think that it happened during the colonial days. But perhaps it's not just their imaginations that manifested things in this place. I would argue that it's any children who die there. Any children, at the very least, children who die there. Things get manifested from their dreams and their hope. And so that would explain why things get updated, and there are buildings of different ages and technology there that wasn't there, that didn't exist when the original kids were sacrificed. So I'm sure there were other kids that died there over these many years, and maybe Eloise, but I think she's alive. But I'm sure there were other children, and so children's imaginations over time, children who were victims of this place, manifested the buildings that are there and the things that don't make sense. Now, I don't think it's necessarily the children who created the boundaries to this place that trap everyone and draw people in. I think that's another story. I think that the boy in white and the man in yellow are bringing people to this place, and the cycle that keeps everything going and traps everyone there. I think that's the man in yellow's doing. But anyway, that I could go on and on about that. But again, that's my take on the kid's imagination or dream twist to this whole thing. At the end of the day, I think this place is a kind of nightmare realm that was created by the sacrifice of those children, but it's a real physical place, like a pocket universe or a pocket dimension where you can physically go, and there are things that are physically manifested by dreams. Dreams of children who died there, especially the sacrificed kids. And who knows, maybe they don't even have to die there to manifest things. Young Victor could have manifested things just from his trauma and his dreams, without even knowing it. Any kid that's a victim of the place in any way, maybe even when they're alive, their dreams could manifest things there. Real things. Like, I think in Nightmare on Elm Street 3, there were real things manifested by dreams. I'm trying to remember the details of that movie, but I think so.
Yeah, they started manifesting like weapons and stuff like that to fight Freddy Krueger, if you remember.
Right. Anyway, let me get back to the chat and try to catch up with you guys here. Fletch said it's time to bring back the "it's all a simulation" vibes, or "it's aliens" like during the first season, nostalgic times. Right? Yeah, those were some really popular theories in season 1. I know. Fletch, everyone is Eloise turned to everyone is Ethan. Rose, Ethan is everyone, and Julie's story walking is responsible for everything. Oh my god, yeah. Now all the theories seem to be revolving around Julie's story walking. It's now responsible for everything that's happened in this place. And I don't think so. I think in my opinion, we're gonna find out that Julie's responsible for at least one other important thing that's already happened. And I'm theorizing it's gonna be Julie saved Eloise, but it could be other things. I don't think it's going to be like a long list, because it gets to be too much, but I definitely think we're going to see something else that's already happened. Julie was responsible for sure. Eloise is Julie. I am Ethan. JT Moore said, "Is the soul of Thomas the boy in white is from where the dead can age?" Yeah, that's a fascinating. Those are fascinating questions. It's possible. Wouldn't that be interesting if the soul of Thomas is somehow the boy in white? I don't know. I think Thomas is a separate thing, and he's not going to come into play in the storyline. And it's just, you know, like the grief over his death is just such a huge thing weighing down the Matthews family. But other than that, I don't know. I don't think we're going to see Thomas, actually materialize in any way. But hey, anything could happen. They do talk about him an awful lot for a character who died before this show started. And maybe from where the dead can age. Well, I mean, because the boy in white is aging. If you're going that route, hey, you never know. From Ethan's mind. Oh, that's great. Or from Victor's mind. I know there was a theory. There were theories in the past that Victor's mind manifested from Bill as a child. The old theory of it's all Ethan's quest to get Thomas, I gave up on that, but never know. Yeah, that was a popular one for sure. Hashtag Sophie Eloise. Yeah, Fletch. That's a cool theory that the new character Sophie is going to be Eloise, who time traveled. With Alice, Ethan is cute, but has seemed mean since early on. Yeah, he's got a mean mug. He's got one hell of a mean mug for a cute kid. Agreed. Julie sold the mushrooms that started the hallucinations. Let's see. Fletch said, "I just don't remember if Victor draws Julie with short hair or normal hair." Well, I have the picture we can look at. I'm going to start going through the images in a few minutes. We'll see. I think the hair is long, but that's a really interesting point. Fletch said, in my theory, it's 3 story walkers per cycle. Boyd saw Martin and 2 skeletons. Maybe other cycles, Julie, Randall, Marielle. Yes, I agree. It makes sense that it's 3. It's the 3 who go into the cicada coma in the dungeon. So Martin and the other 2, I think, were probably story walkers as well. Yep. Well, I definitely think so. Flesh said, "I'm leaning towards Scarlet's theory on Marielle. Marielle dreams about Smiley being alive on the night dead Smiley was at the clinic, so she might have premonition as her power." Could be. I think the only way they stop a story walker from traveling and trying to change the story is to chain them up like we saw Martin. That's why I'm leaning towards they are story walkers. Great point. Great point. Like maybe Martin was chained there to stop him from story walking. Fletch said, "Greetings, Karl."
Hola.
And hey, Vince Wilson, welcome. Goats and from, okay. Yeah, Vince, if you're not familiar with some of our other lives, Scarlet got those goat noises when we were covering Severance, and there are a lot of goats in Severance, so it just became a thing, and it stuck around. I know it sounds random, yeah, it's just stuck around. But anyway, welcome. If you're not familiar with us, we're going to be covering Nothing But From for the next few months. It's going to be 2 rewatch live streams every week, and we'll also do theory crafting live streams too for season 4. And obviously, when the full trailer drops, we're going to do weekly live streams to theorize about that. So it's going to be all the time here if you're into that. And I'm going to also be putting out some theory videos on From coming up as well. So if you're into that stuff, please consider subscribing if you're not, and enable all notifications. I have a severe chronic health condition that prevents me from doing my lives on schedule sometimes. So please enable all notifications so that you can see when we actually go live if I'm running late due to my pain situation. And also, if you want to join our rewatch parties, we have a Discord. The link to the Discord is in the description of this video. You can join and watch with us. Usually the watch parties are going to be the night before the live streams, But Saturday night, we're going to be doing it on the same night. So around 7 p.m. Eastern is when I'm planning on doing the watch party for episodes 3 and 4. And then we'll break down the episodes around 10 p.m. Eastern Saturday night. And when season 4 drops, I'm going to stream the new episodes when they drop in the Discord, just like I did for season 3. We had a lot of fun with those watch parties. And the man in yellow himself, Doug Hughes, said he's going to be joining us for these watch parties. So you don't want to miss that. Join us for our Discord watch parties for season 4. He's going to be there with us watching and reacting to himself on the screen. So that's pretty cool. And we know now that Doug is going to be in it. Man in Yellow is coming back with a bang, saying what happens next is my favorite part, whatever the hell that means. That's extremely ominous coming from him. So I'm so psyched. And he's said that, if you think that's cool, just wait. He said when on one of our previous live streams with us recently, Doug said, when you just wait till you see the actual episode that scene airs in, you're going to lose your shit. That's pretty much a direct quote. I may have switched the wording slightly. I'm trying to remember the exact words, but yeah, that's what he said. He said we're gonna lose our shit when we see the whole episode. So
It's
that's
gonna be fucking bananas.
Yeah, or as what's that guy's name who plays Father Kotri? I forget at the moment. But he said that season 4 is going to be fucking bananas, and it's certainly looking like that. Sean Majumder, that was it. Anyway, hey Taryn, nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. It's quiet on the From front, too quiet. Yeah, it won't be for long though. I bet a month from now we're gonna get the full trailer. That's what happened last time. Around a month from before season 3, we got the full length trailer. So that's what I'm expecting to happen. Oh, Jen, enjoy that warm summer water. I am so jealous. Okay.
Where is she in? She's in New Zealand or where?
I believe Australia.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oi, oi, oi.
Yes. Fletch said OG timeline, it's 1500s or something, right? The earliest date on Tabitha's vision. Yes, that's what I think. There's a 15 something date in her visions. That's what I would say for sure. Hey, Debbie, Bebby. Hope you're doing well tonight. Hey, Trace. Fletch said, if the town manifests their fears, Sarah said Nathan thought like that. It's cicadas was Nathan's fear. So I can see that, Julie. Yeah, so I think basically this place, I think it can manifest both good things and bad. The faraway trees are good in that sometimes they can be helpful. They helped Tabitha escape. Well, no, they didn't help Tabitha. They helped her get to the lighthouse, right? Didn't she go through... She went through a tree. Yes, she went through a tree to get to the lighthouse.
To the base of the lighthouse, and then
climbed up. Yeah. So they helped Tabitha escape and get answers about her past and bring Victor's father back ultimately. So they can be a good thing. Ultimately, I think they serve an important purpose, and that's why the boy in white said, "Don't chop them down." And the dying sacrificed children created or manifested that tree. But also, I think that fears and nightmares get manifested here too, like the cicadas. So yeah, that's a good point, Fletch.
That might speak to the whole, like, there's two entities. Maybe one manifests the good stuff and the other manifests as the bad stuff.
Yes.
I could still play into that duality of that.
Yes, I agree. Man in yellow is the boogeyman. Yeah, Bill. Very much like the boogeyman. Michael said, but perhaps it's slightly bigger insofar as knowledge that people from the real world kind of gets integrated into the place. So you get updated buildings, electricity. That doesn't make sense. Right. I was telling them about our theory that we were talking about earlier, Carl, about the place being manifested by children's dreams and
fundamentally not knowing how electricity works.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Fletch said, but I don't think it just manifests fear. What was Tianchen needing on the day she died? Getting food for the people. Yes. What showed up the morning after her death? Kenny and Jim found food. Yes, great point. Food was manifested. So sometimes, exactly what I was just saying, sometimes good things can be manifested too. So they all just need to think good thoughts, I guess. Like, put all the bad thoughts out of their heads. But no, I don't think it's as simple as that. I believe there is an evil entity manifesting bad things for them too. But yeah, they can manifest good as well. Gabrielle said maybe their hope created the tree in the road and selects who comes. Yes, exactly. I think it created the fallen trees. That's why the fallen trees exist. I don't think they select everyone who comes. In my theory, there are two sides selecting who comes. There's the evil side, the man in yellow side, selecting people to bring to town, to use them as chess pieces to harm others and to keep the cycle going. Like Sarah, for example, she was used as a chess piece. Her trauma was exploited. And the boy in white, I think the boy in white, or the helpful side here, brings people to town to help. For example, Boyd. Boyd was the perfect person to bring there. He's Mr. Fish and Loaves. That was his nickname in the military. He was sent to some of the worst hellholes on the planet and had to make do with the most minimal resources. That's what he said. And as soon as he retires from the military doing that, he wound up here. I don't think that's a coincidence. I believe a helpful entity brought him there to help. So there's definitely, I think, a helpful entity there bringing some people to town. And then, the evil side bringing people like Sarah just to use them to hurt others and keep things going. Michael said, if you were injured in dreams, you were injured in reality. If you grabbed something in the dream, you could bring it back to the real world when you wake up, like his hat, etc. Could be.
Referring to the Nightmare on Elm Street.
Right.
One of the characters grabbed his hat and woke up with his hat.
Oh, right, in Nightmare on Elm Street 3. Yes. Yeah, so it's like hope versus fear, like Bill Chill said. Tianxin's hope of food versus Nathan's fear of cicadas manifestations. Right, I think that's what's going on here. It's not all a dream. Don't be confused by the whole idea of a nightmare realm or a dream realm. I think it's all real, a real physical place, real things being manifested from dreams. Fletch said, we all know Julie's phone call kills Thomas. We've been talking about that here for ages. Yes, we have. Yeah, Julie's story walking phone call. I think that's a great theory. I really think that could happen. Fletch said someone pointed out it could be the man in yellow calling Jim when Thomas died, but wouldn't Jim recognize his voice later on when we hear the man in yellow in the radio? Such a traumatic event would remind him. Yes, I think so, but maybe he can change his voice. Remember, there's an evil entity that can alter its voice. What was that child, supposed Thomas voice calling Ethan? Who was that? I think that's the man in yellow changing his voice. That's what I think. Some little child voice called Ethan and said, Mom's coming back in the ambulance. She's going to need you. You have to be brave. That was meant to lure Ethan outside, obviously, at night to get him killed. And so there is an entity that can alter its voice. I mean, unless you want to say that a real child made that call, but I don't think so. So yeah, it could have been the yellow calling Jim when Thomas died. And hey, it didn't sound much like Doug, did it? When he was on the radio, it sounded like a guy with a southern drawl. So, I know that that's a coincidence. It was because they hadn't hired Doug Hughes yet, and it was not his voice on the radio. But you could just write that into the lore and say the man in yellow can change his voice. Michael said, I think that abilities are a function of being the offspring of one of the two parents. In my opinion, Julie is a story walker. The other two aren't. Okay. Michael said, in my opinion, Randall is potentially the next Martin if the cicadas get him again. Okay, so that's how he would get back there. because otherwise I don't know how he could be the next Martin unless he's able to story walk into the ruins and get back there that way. Okay, so you're saying the cicadas could get him again. I don't know. I think the cicadas are just gone now, unless except for the fake ones that he's imagining in his head and envisioning that are invisible to other people. But who knows? Bill Chill, what he was saying? Oh, he was saying like the cicadas generally don't ruin raw crops, while large emergencies can damage young trees, fruit orchards, and nurseries stuck by laying eggs and branches. Oh, okay. JT Moore, yes, I am going to do the Lost live stream. I've been actually meaning to message you about that. So I will hit you up in Discord and discuss that with you. I'm gonna absolutely be doing the Lost live stream. I recently finished Lost finally, and I'm going to do a live stream comparing, not just comparing, but discussing Lost and discussing the parallels between Lost and From. And that's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to that. Thinking we may do that next week if we can fit it into the schedule. So stay tuned for that. I will definitely message you and let you know what I'm thinking on that. Let's see. Yes, Fletch, Martin being a story walker could explain how he knew that stuff about Abby. What if it's all just a dream? He said, as she said that to Boyd, and Martin repeated that. But Abby thought it was all a dream. This was all just a dream, and they needed to die to wake up. And the other explanation could be that the evil entity there was just using this vision of Martin to screw with Boyd. That's what I've always thought. But it's possible he was a story walker, and that's how he knew. I'm with Ellis that I still think Eloise, also Tabitha, aka Tabitha, and Victor are twins at some point in time, maybe the 1800s. Okay. Man in Yellow reacting to the Man in Yellow. Thanks, Julie. Yeah, it's gonna be fun, right? I definitely cannot wait to do those watch parties and see what Doug thinks of his own performance in it, because he's looking forward to watching it too. He doesn't know what it's going to look like once it's on screen, and it'll be a lot of fun to watch all together. Hey David, nice to see you. Very much like the assembly of their wrathful deities. Yeah. Hey, anyone JM. I don't know if I'm saying that right. And anyone, but with an I guess. Nice to see you. Welcome. Really appreciated your very kind comments on some of my lives lately. Thank you so much for all your support. Nice to see you in the chat. Fletch said, honestly, what's the purpose in getting out to bring Henry to Fromville? I can't think of any reason besides the Victor reunion. Well, I think the really important thing was it helped Tabitha remember her roots. I know eventually it was the song that gave her the full revelation, that Jade played on the violin, but I think it was important on her journey to reconnect with her husband from her previous life and see those paintings Miranda created to give her maybe some clues. Maybe that'll still come into play, like something that she learned out there. And it was just part of her journey, I think, to rediscovering her roots. So I think it was important. It was part of her quest to reconnect with where she came from. And maybe Henry will have an important purpose. You never know. Henry may wind up being important in some way. Maybe he'll save someone. Fletch said, I took it as Tabitha wanted to go to the OG tower to save the kids, and Boy and White said, get the fuck out of here. Boyd wanted to find the exit, and Boy and White shoved him to Morton's dungeon. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Boy and White, I think the Boy and White was just at that point trying to help get Boyd and Sarah out of that situation, out of the storm. And he didn't mean to put Boyd in a bad situation, but it just kind of happened that way. Maybe he doesn't control where the faraway trees go. But anyway, that's a whole other story. If you want to leave, the entity won't let you. If you want to break the curse, the entity will put you out. Yeah, interesting idea. A good way to look at it, Fletch. And ultimately, I do think that Tabitha getting out was useful in that it gave them all a bit more insight into this place, that it is possible to get out. There is a real world still out there. They're not all dead. This isn't hell. It gave them some insight. Amy said, I want to know the perspective of it all with Victor's mom. Yeah, we need to know a bit more about what happened to Miranda after she ran out of the root cellar before she got killed by Smiley. Where's Eloise? We need that missing piece of the puzzle too, and what happened with that. Bill said if Victor dies, endless peaches show up. That's what he'll manifest. It'll be trucks and trucks full of peaches. It's perfect. Yes. Michael said I think the magic tree is the engine of the counterpact between the kids and the two parents, and the boy in white is its avatar, physical manifestation of it trying to help execute or progress the quest. Yeah, that's a great way to describe it. Absolutely. And yeah, the boy in white being the avatar of the tree itself. I like that idea. I really do, because otherwise it's very hard to kind of pinpoint who or what the boy in white is. He doesn't really fit. He's not wearing clothes that look colonial, so he doesn't really fit that time period to be some ghost or something of a kid who escaped getting sacrificed. He just doesn't have the right clothes for that. So I really like that theory of yours, Michael. Fletch said, my biggest question about peaches right now is why are there so many peach cans inside the secret chamber at the cellar? Those cans are probably there since that corpse died. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why there were so many peach cans there. That was odd. 21 likes. Awesome. Please hit that like button. And Michael continued, and so Boy in White has access to the power to push Tabitha temporarily back to the real world to meet Henry, etc., presumably part of the tree's powers. Yes, absolutely. We know he's still been hallucinating them through the end of season 3. Oh yeah, the cicadas and Randall. And he was going to give himself electroshock with the Mabuse defibrillator to get rid of the hallucinations, but Marielle stopped him. So presumably the cicadas are still after him. Yeah, it seems that way. Let's see. David said, I assume all of the voices, the radio, and the apparitions are all from the man in yellow. Maybe some moments are internal dialogue with Boyd and the priest, but it isn't confirmed either way. Right. Yeah, I think there are different entities. I think there are voices of the dead. The voices of the dead, I think, are who's speaking to Sarah, people who have died there. And, the radio, well, the jukebox, I think that's being controlled by multiple entities. The man in yellow, the souls of the dead, maybe the boy in white too. But yeah, it's hard to say. Look for the color yellow in the season 3 rewatch. It is everywhere. Yeah, there's a lot of yellow in the whole series too. If you really look, there's a lot. Yellow, blue, and red seem to be the main 3 colors that they work with. So, and anyone JM said, I just realized I do not like the reincarnation aspect. It's going to cause so many things to be explained away. I really hope they do it well. Yeah, they could definitely get lazy with it if they don't do this right. But I think they're going to do it. I think they're going to pull it off. So far, the writing is stellar. And going back and rewatching it really just drives that home to me every single time. What an amazing show this is in terms of the writing. From day one, it was just so well done and well thought out, well planned. And it was clear that the reincarnation was planned from the very beginning. You can't just throw that in like, oh, let's just have them be reincarnated as a twist. It was so obvious to me when I started the rewatch that this was planned from the beginning. So I'm going to start breaking down the episode and pointing out the clues that they planted about the reincarnation. And that's why I'm confident that it's going to be done well, because it was planned from the beginning. So they knew what they were doing and where they were going with it. Oh, thank you. You are welcome, Julie. Well deserved. Thank you so much. Yes, Yellow is always around Ethan as well. I don't know. Could he become the Ethan in Yellow? Maybe. And yes, Michael said the boy in white said he was taking a hands-off approach this time, since trying to spoon feed Christopher and others previously failed spectacularly. So this is the only way they have to learn for themselves. Exactly. So I think he's trying to help, but he's taking more of a hands-off approach and sort of leading people to answers more carefully and slowly, and not spelling things out. I think he did an info dump on Christopher and it made Christopher snap. So he's doing it differently now. Fletch said, do you think we will ever see the actual tree on the park where Henry was taking Tabitha to, where Miranda did LSD and started it all? That would be great. I think it's possible we will eventually see it, because they built it up so much, that original bottle tree. But I don't know. I can't really see a way for them to do it at the moment, at any time soon. Someone would have to escape, obviously, for us to see it. They probably won't do that anytime soon. I don't know. Jay said, will Jade die soon? Jade has now served his purpose and mission that he started in season 1. What's left for Jade now that he knows the truth? I would say he hasn't served his purpose yet. He knows the truth, and so does Tabitha. But what's left is now they need to figure out how to end the cycle. This is just part of their journey. Now that they know the truth, they're armed with the knowledge that can help them try to solve the puzzle of breaking the curse, stopping people from being sucked into this place, helping whoever survives escape, and freeing the souls of the children. That's going to be the key. Freeing the souls of the children. And so I think that's his purpose. He and Tabitha are not going to go anywhere anytime soon. They've got to stick around to the end. I mean, obviously they could go. Miranda died before she fulfilled her purpose. In every cycle they failed and they died. But in this one, I think they're going to make it. This is the one where they're going to make it to the end and break the curse, I think. David said, sorry, I didn't leave context. I meant their fears being manifested and the help they get are like an analogy for the peaceful and wrathful deities assembled in a Bardo pocket universe. Ooh, fascinating stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I could totally see that on like an esoteric level. Yeah, I can always count on you for that esoteric analysis, David. Fletch said, I think Boy in White is us actually watching live his transformation into Man in Yellow. Oh, or watching live his transformation into Man in Yellow. Could be, yeah, it could be. The Boy in White becomes the Man in Yellow. He is growing now. He's a teenager, but I believe they're separate entities and diametrically opposed. In my theory, that they're two separate entities battling each other. One trying to end the cycle, the other trying to continue it. And I know that's similar to Lost. I didn't make my theory I made my theory way before I finished Lost, so I had no idea that Lost operates in a similar way to my theory. That there are two entities working against each other, one trying to end this place, the other trying to continue it, and, bringing people there, using them as pawns. I know that happened in Lost, but I made my theory before I finished Lost, so I don't know. I think that they could still do it in this way, but put their own twist on it, make it unique, without copying Lost too much. It's already so different from Lost. A lot of people thought that I had already, like, I must have, they were telling me, oh, Lost already did that. And I was like, what? I've never seen the rest of Lost, so I wouldn't know. Anyway. See, Fletch said Dale also wanted to exit, and we all saw what happened. You have Deadpool and Dalepool now. Boyd wanted the exit and got thrown back to Martin's dungeon. Tabitha didn't want to leave, and they put her out. Great points. Very great points. I like it. Michael said Boy in White shows up exactly when Victor takes the first swing at the tree with his axe. He knows what Victor's doing. Makes me think he is the tree. He shut that nonsense down really quick. Don't do that. Excellent point, Michael. I really like that idea that the Boy in White is an avatar of the faraway tree, the bottle one. Hey, Samuel. Nice to see you. Victor in a past life, maybe. The peaches were brought in to help him, and Cooey to help him remember. Debbie says, hey, my last From art piece was about Victor and his peaches. Yes, check out Debbie's channel. Debbie makes beautiful art, and she recently did an art piece inspired by Victor and his peaches. So go over to her channel and check it out. Debbie, please feel free to drop your link to your channel so people can go check that out. Let's see. Jay said Martin reminds me of Jafar in Aladdin, a fake old man pretending to be chained to a wall. Yeah, that's what I've always thought, Jay. I think he used to be real, a real person who died there. But once Boyd gets there and sees him, I think he's already dead, and this place is using his apparition just to fuck with Boyd. That's what I've always believed. That's what they've done with Abby. Ghost Abby is clearly just an apparition meant to fuck with Boyd. She's not really the spirit of Abby, and she's there to manipulate him. So I think that's what Martin is also doing. But I'm also open to the idea that he was really there and a story walker. I'm open to it. I'm always open to other ideas. Fletch said, I think the voices told Sarah. Oh, I was telling Carl about this theory. This is the one I was telling you about, Carl. Fletch said, I think the voices told Sarah to cut Toby's tongue so his spirit wouldn't be able to speak after death. Also, I think the voices aimed for Jade, not Toby. Yeah, I love that this way his spirit wouldn't be able to speak to anyone. And maybe, that would have been helpful to Jade. So they cut that off. Or I had a new idea as I was watching this that perhaps it was actually the spirits of the dead trying to help the whole situation by telling Sarah to kill Toby. And I know that sounds ghoulish. I'm not advocating for murder, but I think Toby had to die because he would have been a distraction to Jade on his quest to figure out this place and escape. And his death lit a fire under Jade to figure this whole place out and get out of there. And it set him on his journey. And so ultimately it was for the greater good. It's kind of like the trolley problem. You sacrifice one person for the good of all. So maybe it was not an evil entity. I'm kind of shifting my thinking on this. Maybe it wasn't an evil entity telling Sarah to kill Toby. It may have been a helpful entity just trying to get Toby out of the way so that Jade could figure all this out and break the cycle. He's come back over and over again, multiple lifetimes, and Toby may have been a distraction or a hindrance in some way. This woke him up to the reality of this place. And the voices also told Sarah to make it look like the monsters did it to protect Sarah so she wouldn't get blamed. So that's also a helpful thing. She wouldn't get blamed for it. If you think about it, why would an evil entity do that? Why would an evil entity tell Sarah to make it look like the monsters did it, helping her so that she didn't get caught, so that she didn't get in trouble, that no one would suspect her? Like, no one would suspect any person did it because it looked like the monsters did it. Why? That's always been a huge question for me. Why have Sarah kill him at all? Why have Sarah kill him at all if this was the evil entity controlling the situation? Now think about this. Why didn't the monsters, why didn't the voices just tell Sarah, leave the door open and go home? And then the monsters would have taken care of the whole thing themselves. The monsters would have come in and killed Toby and everybody in the building. But that's not what happened, is it? So my new theory is that it was not an evil entity or the big bad telling Sarah to kill Toby. I don't think it was team bad. I don't think it was the side of the monsters. I think it was a pseudo good entity, not purely good, ambiguously good. Ambiguously good in that obviously murder is wrong, but it was for the greater good of all that Toby get out of the way. So that the voices told Sarah to do it. This has been a question that has bugged me from the first time I saw that scene. It is so bizarre that she just randomly does this and the voices tell her to do it. It's bugged me from the moment I watched it. Like, why? I'm someone who always wants to understand everything, and I have never been able to understand why they didn't just tell her to leave the door open for the monsters. Why did she have to be the one to do it? And if they wanted to really do maximum damage, because this is an evil entity, why tell her to make it look like the monsters did it, thereby helping Sarah, protecting her from consequences? Because it wasn't the evil entity. I'm convinced now it was some entity trying to help end the cycle, and Toby would have gotten in the way in some manner, so he had to be eliminated. Anyway, that's my new theory on that. So Samuel said Victor was also tripping in the cellar before Julie and Tabitha showed up. Yeah, he was freaking out in there. That's right. Tabby also remembered something shortly after, and he helped. Hugging him helped finally bring a memory back to Tabitha at that moment too. Jay said Tabitha. Why did I say Tabitha? Jay said Jafar used Aladdin to get to the Denny lamp.
The genie in the lamp.
Oh, the genie in the lamp. And Martin may have used Boyd to get the music box destroyed. Yes, that's what I'm thinking too. He was just using Boyd. Fletch said, I think the voices aimed for Jade that came in that car, but wasn't expecting for a second passenger, thinking Toby was Jade, the reincarnated soul, and told Sarah to kill Jade, but it was Toby. Oh, that's a great theory too. That's a great theory. Could be mistaken identity. Okay. I'm trying to catch up with you guys. I'm still behind. And then we've got to get into the episode. Episodes, plural. Oh man, we've got to get on it. Michael also thinks they tried to get Jade, knowing the two parents come on the same day, and took a swing at Jade, but hit Toby instead since he got to town first. Yeah, that very well could be. Okay. Flush, wait. Victor was in the cellar. Didn't he hear Tabitha and Kimono Lady going at it? Wait, Tabitha and Kimono Lady? When you mean like Kimono Lady and Fatima in there? I think that's what it must be. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, you'd think Victor would have heard something because they were back there. Fletch said, I think what we're watching right now with Boy in White changing is really us watching his transformation into the Man in Yellow. Man in Yellow is an older, bitter, and broken Boy in White. Yeah, that could be. It could be. Great theory as always. And you're welcome, Debbie. See you later, Samuel. Thanks for being here. Michael also thinks it was evil Abby in the dungeon just to mess with Boyd. I agree that the voice in Sarah's head was actually Abby. I agree that it was the spirit of Abby. Fletch, imagine the voices talking to Sarah are the dead kids trying to kill Jade because his OG role turned mad and caused the ritual to kill the kids. Tabitha is the one to help them. That's why Nkui kids only show up to Tabitha. Interesting stuff. Really interesting stuff. Yeah. Or maybe it was, the dead kids telling her to kill Toby to get him out of the way to help, to help get Jade on the right path to solve this thing, like I was thinking. There's so many possibilities still. That's what's so great about this show. But yeah, I do think that in every cycle, Jade went crazy. Jade's in his past lives went crazy. So it could be that, Fletch, what you were saying. Um, yes, please subscribe to Debbie's channel. She's going to have a Jade video coming soon. And tomorrow morning, she's going to premiere a new video. So there is her link to that playlist. And check that out. Hey, Saggy Star. Thanks so much for your support. Please like, share, and subscribe. Thank you very much. Let's see. Fletch said not the evil entity, but the kids telling Sarah to kill Jade because they know he was the one that killed them in the OG ritual. Was he though? I mean, the way I look at it, I think the original Jade and Tabitha, they didn't participate in it. The way I understood it, I felt like they just failed to save the kids in the original cycle, that they failed. I think in subsequent cycles, Jade went crazy. Christopher snapped. I think the previous guys snapped. The Civil War soldier in his vision, I think, was him. And he's crazy. He's trying to kill Jade in this vision. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. Fletch, Fletch said, I've always said OG one-eyed Jade that's drinking blood from the skull. Oh, that's a good point. It's actually drinking blood from the skull of the child in Tabitha's dream. Tabitha and Jade's OG daughter. That's a great point, because I do agree that Puritan guy was Jade. So you're onto something there. You're onto something. That original Jade may have gone crazy too. Yeah. So Jay said, what was the greater good that told Sarah to open the door to kill Kenny's dad? Kenny's dad dying didn't stop anything good from happening. Totally a bad entity talking to Sarah. Well, yeah, I mean, they did say to leave the door open as well, but I think that was also to make it look like the monsters did it. She ripped Toby up to make it look like the monsters did it and left the door open, because if the door was shut, then no one would think the monsters wouldn't be the main suspect necessarily. So they had to make it look like the monsters got in, so the door was left open. Whenever the monsters attack, it's a bloodbath, and everybody in the building would be dead. The door would be open, not shut. So that's why the door had to be open, in my opinion. So I that's what I think. That's what I'm thinking at this time. But and Kenny's dad was unfortunately just another casualty, another person that just got caught in the line of fire. It's the trolley problem. Like, these three people, Kenny's dad, the nurse Gina, and Toby, had to die for the greater good. And you're so welcome, Debbie. Anytime. I'm just glad to help however I can. Because you're an inspiration. You really are, with the beautiful art you make. Michael said, Boyd accidentally saved Jade's life by handcuffing him to the car while stoned. Toby got taken to town and got by Sarah, the voices urging, thinking it was Jade / the father. Yeah, he did accidentally save Jade's life. That's true. I mean, if you look at it that way, then yeah. If the voices, I see what you're saying, because it was like a mistaken identity thing, right? It could be. It could be a mistaken identity thing, and they were trying to get Jade instead. So in that regard, yeah, it may have been a helpful entity trying to kill Jade. So substitute Jade for Toby. I still say it's a helpful entity that was talking to Sarah for the greater good, doing something horrific for the greater good. I'm not advocating for murder. Saggy Star said, I think he was a burden and he needed to be moved out of the way, meaning Toby. Plus, he was probably a sacrifice. It's something way deeper. People sleep on Sarah. Yeah, I agree. Let's see. Fletch said Jade's always turning mad, be cooking Julie. Yeah, he definitely goes crazy in every vision. Definitely. Just about caught up with you guys now. Yeah, it does. Like Michael said, it does seem like Jade's visions are largely visions of his deaths and or going crazy, perhaps from being spoon-fed info by the boy in white before he was ready. Hence the boy in white taking a hands-off approach this time. And why did the original Jade, if he was the Puritan guy drinking from the skull, why did he go crazy? What's the deal with that? Maybe he was a really bad guy from the jump. Maybe he was always a bad guy, and Jade, Jade is at risk of going crazy himself. But I don't think it's going to happen. I think Jade will break that cycle in more ways than one. Break the whole cycle of this place. Let's see. So anyway, why don't we start looking at some images here and discuss episode 1? Well, this one is episode 2. Okay, so episode 1 was called The Long Day's Journey into Night, or Long Day's Journey into Night. And it opened with Boyd walking through town, ringing his bell, that iconic scene, sending everybody home before dark, but we didn't know that at the time. So much we didn't know yet. Sarah touching the talisman on her way home. And, everyone seems to do that. It's kind of like, maybe it's like kissing a rabbit foot for good luck, it's a way of making themselves feel better, reassuring themselves that this talisman will keep everyone safe. So they all hang it up and touch it. The music box, the jukebox turned on by itself, the haunted jukebox, as I like to call it, playing, what was it called? We Got to Get Out of This Place. Obviously a perfect song for the occasion. I think it's controlled by multiple entities. I think a helpful entity controls it at times. And I'll get into that in subsequent episodes when we talk more about it. But obviously a malicious entity controls it as well, because it taunted Kenny in season 3 after his mom died with Celebration playing, which is epic trolling by the evil entity. We got the truck turnover in the pool shot, that iconic shot, the motel sign, and little Megan on her swing. And as she was swinging, the lyric of the song was literally talking about you'll be dead before what is it? My little something about this girl so young and pretty, before this night is through. What were the lyrics? You'll be dead before your time is due, or something. Let me look up the lyrics just to verify. But it was literally talking about a little girl dying before her time is due. So perfect song choice. Now, my girl, you're so young and pretty, and one thing I know is true. You'll be dead before your time is due. That's the lyric. And there she is, foreshadowing her death. Lauren's mom calls her Megan's mom, Lauren, calls her inside. Mr. Liu playing chess with Kenny, establishing right at the beginning what I think is the metaphor for how this whole thing works. Two entities working against each other. In my opinion, not for fun, though. Not playing a game for fun, but using these people like chess pieces and working against each other. And they keep bringing chess up multiple times in the series for a reason. The showrunners have said that they planted clues in the first 2 episodes of the series, and I mean, I think this is a huge clue. The chess game analogy, they really amplify that. They don't just show them playing chess. Kenny actually makes an analogy between chess and what's happening to them, which happens later. It happens at the end of episode 2, where he says, he tells Boyd that he used to, what was it? He used to always play chess against his dad, and no matter what, he would
end up with one piece and just dodging him.
Yeah, he'd be down to his last piece on the board, just dodging him. And he was obviously comparing it to their predicament. And then he told Boyd, "We're running out of spaces on the board, Sheriff. There are only so many places to hide from the monsters," he was telling him. So he compared it to a chess game. And that's something I think we need to remember and try to look at the show through that lens, and what entities could be using these people and as pawns and for different purposes. Sarah is being used in these first 2 episodes, or first episode. Sarah is used as a pawn. Her trauma and her mental illness were great for exploitation, and she's used as a pawn in this whole game-like situation. So yeah. Anyway, his dad gets upset because he's told he's got to go downstairs now. It's going to be getting dark, and he knocks all the pieces off the board. And yeah, he does that, and it's almost like he has this premonition of something bad to come. The way he acts like this, and I think he knows more than we think. The voices are probably speaking to him in some manner. He's the reason he's even in here is because he was hearing the voices of his brothers who are deceased outside, and it kept making him come outside at night and wander off. So they put him in this place to keep him safe. So I believe that it was either the monsters or other voices of the deceased who are luring him out of the house. And yeah, so he, his dementia is being preyed upon, and he was used as a pawn to bring his whole family there. Honestly, I think since Kenny is such a helpful character to Boyd, I think it was likely a helpful entity that brought Mr. Liu and his family there, harming these people for the greater good of all, because Kenny is really helpful to this place. And the night that he got there, he wandered off from his family. They chased him, and then before they could get home, they wound up in Fromville. Maybe some voices from this place, maybe the boy in white, if he's the helpful entity I think he is, called to him and led him out of the house that night. Anyway, so they get him downstairs, and Christy and Kenny have their cute little moment. They were flirting all through season 1. And you see this old ambulance there that Christy came in when she first arrived. She also touches the talisman when she closes up. Here's Boyd looking through his binoculars, which he's also doing in the From Season 4 teaser trailer. in this case, he's looking up the hill at Colony House to check on Ellis and make sure he's getting inside safely because they're estranged at this point. I find it interesting that he's breaking out the binoculars again in the teaser trailer, but this time it looks like he's doing it from Colony House. And I think it means that there's division again in town, and he's checking on other members of the town from Colony House because I believe they're going to be divided after Boyd allowed Sarah to torture Elgin, and he tortured Elgin himself as well. Acosta's going to tell everybody and raise hell, and I think the town will have this schism again where some of them will side with Boyd, some will side with Acosta, and that could be why in the teaser we will see him with binoculars again, just like we did here when the town was divided at that time. But anyway, that's what I immediately thought of with the teaser. Like, there he is with the binoculars again. The town's going to be divided again, and he's checking on things from Colony House. Let me see. There were 96 nights without incident, which is about to change. And there's Frank passed out on the floor, drunk. And Tom, the bartender, says Lauren's going to kill you, his wife. Ironic and foreshadowing that he's actually going to die that night. Not that night, but like the next day. I think it's the next day that they put him in the box. I think only one day passes. But yeah, essentially, that's what ends up happening because Lauren's negligence is what gets Frank killed, if you ask me. Lauren, it took too long to get Megan away from the damn window. And if she had moved faster and grabbed her kid, they wouldn't have gotten killed, and Frank wouldn't have put himself in the box, which was ultimately his doing. Boyd was going to let him off, but there's Tom, again, touching the talisman. Do they have to touch it to activate it somehow at night? What do you think, Carl? Is it just like a rabbit's foot kind of thing? Like, it makes them feel better?
I think that's what it is, like a touchstone to say, like, okay, this is here, I'm safe.
Yeah,
that's how I look at it. You thought it was like a power up, like it,
no,
it turns the force field on, cha-ching.
No, I think it's more like a rabbit's foot kind of thing for reassurance.
Yeah. There's different things that I own that I touch to reassure myself as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. So Megan and Lauren go inside, and they're waiting for their dad, who's still not there. And obviously, I'm not saying Frank isn't wrong for what he's doing. He's being a negligent father and husband, but he's in a horrible nightmare town, and they're all facing so much trauma, and he made a mistake. I'm not saying he's innocent in all this, but he's not the only one responsible for all this. His wife could have nailed the window shut too. She's capable. Women can hammer a nail into a window too. Why didn't they nail the window shut and keep Megan safe? Either of them. She prays. She says, I think it's the Lord's Prayer. Of course, that's the very prescient "if I die before I wake" line, and she doesn't even get to sleep in this case.
Mm-mm. Oh, Jay pointed out though that remember Boyd stays in the RV that one night, right? And that's before Frank, right? That's his name, Frank?
Yeah, that's right. So
he
it's
stays one night in the RV, and then
so it's 2 days later that Frank dies.
Yeah.
But yeah, ultimately
Frank's dead.
He's dead. Yeah, he's dead. So then she hears Granny Monster calling to her from the window, and she goes, there's Lauren also touching the talisman. Everyone did it. So they showed Sarah, Tom, Lauren, and I think there was somebody else shown doing it too. But anyway, Granny Monsters talking to Megan. What an iconic scene. What a way to hook the audience at the beginning of a series. So memorable, so unsettling, and it's one of the best scenes in the history of the show, and it's the reason why so many people got hooked. And it showed how gutsy the show is, that is willing to kill off a sweet young child like this in such a brutal, graphic manner. So Granny's basically like tricking her, mesmerizing her. Megan says, "You don't look like my grandma," but she kind of fools her anyway. She tells her she's so lonely, please let me in, and all that nonsense. And even though she knows that's not her grandma, that's like initially, she's mesmerized into opening the window for her. Like, she believes her. These monsters can get into people's heads, and they know how to manipulate individual people. That's why, and remember, Jasmine Monster said, "We know all your names." So they also know their names. I think they can read people's minds. So that's how the teen boy monster could have also recognized Julie, even if he's never met her. She doesn't have to have story walked and met him, but that's a scene for later on. Lauren stands there like an idiot and says, "Megan, get away from that window." Granny's so cold. And Lauren's like, "Get away from that window," and stands there in the doorway and doesn't move a muscle until Megan reaches for the damn window. It's just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And of course, the iconic shot of Granny's transformation into the monster. And that's that. Megan is gone. Thankfully, that's all we saw. I didn't need to see any more of that. The aftermath was bad enough. But yeah, I could go on and on about that, but it's just so dumb and preventable. If they had just nailed the window shut, that would not have happened. Or Lauren could have moved faster. But getting into the opening titles, I'll go through them just since it's the first episode we're covering. We got the trees, Victor's drawings with the car reaching the fallen tree and the crows. A boy and a girl at night outside. So something is wrong in this picture. Why are there a boy and a girl child out at night in the dark? They shouldn't be. So there's something unsettling about that.
What's up with that perro?
And that's one of the boy in white's dogs.
Woof woof, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's one of the boy in white's dogs, and they look to me like children, but maybe they're just drawn in a childish way and they're not children. So these could just be monsters. This could be a depiction of monsters outside at night waving with the boy in white's dog for some reason. Weird. Is this something Victor actually saw with his own eyes? Why did he draw this? I've always wondered that. And this picture is of the boy in white, of course, looking awfully like a man, but Jack Bender, the director who drew this, clarified that this is not a man, that he just draws kids like this. Whenever he tries to draw a kid, it comes out looking like an adult. So the boy in white isn't a man in disguise. It's actually the boy in white in this picture. And it's not Victor who drew this. We found out in season 3 that Miranda painted this picture before she ever got to Fromville. So she saw this in a vision, which is really interesting. That was a cool reveal. That looks like I've always thought that looks like a house being picked up by a tornado, but I don't think that's what it is. I don't know what that black swirly stuff is supposed to denote around that house.
That is kind of weird, huh?
Yeah.
That's not smoke from the chimney, right? Smoke doesn't go down.
No, it doesn't.
Odd.
That's odd. Maybe it's symbolic of some evil that's.
Wait, why is the house yellow?
Yeah, we could analyze the colors to death too. The American flag, kind of reminding us that everyone who gets here arrives from somewhere in the continental United States.
America. Oh, sorry. Different show.
Yeah. Everyone who comes here arrives from the continental United States, which is odd and something people have theorized about. Why is that exactly?
Because it's a CIA Area 51 experiment or something?
CIA.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think it's because the original sacrifice happened in what is now the United States, colonial America.
Maybe these people are tax cheats and they've been reincarnated as tax cheats, and that's why. No,
as tax
it's
cheats.
An IRS pocket universe.
Could be.
You shouldn't have dug that hole. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You should have paid sales tax on that. Never mind.
You should have paid sales tax. Then you have the different buildings in town that are different ages. Why is Colony House such a different age than, that's like a colonial period time. And then this is this old ass church. This looks ancient, this stone church. And then you have a white picket fence that's modern and houses that are modern, like 50s level, maybe 50s era houses. This drawing is cool. This looks like these two, I don't know if they're trees or bushes, but they look like hands. I think they're two hands
towards the house.
Yeah,
it's monster POV is what it is.
Yeah, it looks like it because there are 5. It looks like a thumb and 4 fingers on each side reaching toward that house. It's got to be symbolic, maybe something Victor saw in his head and drew. And a child with her face ripped off and her arm ripped off. So did Victor see that at some point?
Bloody teddy bear.
Yeah. Maybe Victor saw this during the 1978 massacre, a child with her face ripped off. I don't think that there are only 2 children in this town at once, like we once believed. Fandom generally has thought that there are only 2 kids in the town per cycle, but I don't think so. In the massacre of 78, there appears to be a dead child wearing tap shoes in one shot. So I think there may have been other kids.
Then I agree with the monsters on that one, at least. Tap dancing, yuck.
So you're team monster on that.
On tap shoes, sure. You can let that one go.
There's someone bleeding from one eye and their chest cavity ripped open. So this repeating thing that keeps coming up of people losing one eye in this place. They had I think wasn't the Puritan man in Jade's vision missing an eye? I think he was.
The one drinking from the skull.
Yeah, wasn't he missing an eye?
I think he was, wasn't he?
He was missing an eye. And obviously Elgin just lost an eye. So this town repeats certain things in cycles. And we've got a skull that to me looks like it's on fire. It looks like a skeleton on fire.
Maybe that's a Ghost Rider reference.
Oh. No.
That's kind of a joke.
Oh, okay. And it's drawn on a very old newspaper. It looks like it's maybe from early 20th century or something. All I know is it's very old.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. It looks older than the 70s. So maybe Victor didn't draw all of these and other kids from the past drew these. Like Victor, someone else, some other kid, not Victor, drew this. This looks like a boogeyman coming for someone hiding under a bed. But again, it's probably just a symbolic depiction of a monster, I guess. And someone else coming up the stairs, I think another monster.
I don't think that hiding place looks very effective.
No, that's not the best hiding place, is it?
Oh, what did Smiley say? You guys picked a bad spot, right?
Yeah. Picked a bad spot. Yeah, you're gonna die. Yeah, here's one of the houses that's clearly way newer than the stone church and colony house. So again, like, how does this town keep updating? How does this happen? Why is there such a hodgepodge of things? It could be explained if this stuff is all manifested from people's dreams, from the dreams of children who are trapped there in different cycles, including the sacrificed children. This is always fascinated me, this eyeball, and it looks like an eyeball looking through a keyhole and some creepy black stuff in the eye. I don't know what that means, but it's interesting.
Oh, I never noticed that was a keyhole.
It looks like, to me, it looks
yeah,
like
at
a
the bottom of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right.
Have
we ever really looked at the monster's eyes?
No.
Their eyes change when they become monsters, right? The whole face changes.
Yeah, the whole face
changes. Is that the beginning of the change? I don't know.
Maybe it's the monster face changing.
Mm-hmm.
This is a piece of the tapestry in Ellis's room with a hand with blood dripping off the claws. And Ellis and Fatima depicted as Adam and Eve in a kind of hellscape.
And it appears to me that the roads are depicted with, like, using a tire tracks as representing roads, I guess.
Yeah.
There's three tire tracks going across the whole painting.
Right. So, yeah, it looks to me like that too. And obviously there are a lot of biblical references in the show, and this is a big one. So yeah, I think that's relevant. And what was it I was gonna say about the biblical references? There are so many of them, and well, we can get to that later when we come to that point. There was something I was thinking about regarding the biblical references in the show.
Which one? Adam and Eve part?
Yeah.
You're gonna mention the apples, right? There's apples everywhere. And that Fatima's always like, hey, you want an apple? Oh, hey, how about an apple?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, and I remember there was something else too. I was thinking that maybe in the original Sacrifice, since there are so many biblical references in the show, I've never been able to understand why the townspeople sacrificed their own children for immortality. That's insane. How could anyone be that evil? I mean, yeah, maybe you could see one person doing it and losing their mind, but an entire town sacrificing their own children. But maybe it was an entity masquerading as God testing them. Like, what was the story in the Bible?
Abraham.
Like Abraham.
And then the angel of God stays his hand. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
He was going to, but he stayed his hand and said, no.
Yeah.
I'll fulfill this covenant with you. And that's what Jesus does, fulfills a covenant with Abraham. So maybe if they were very religious, they would know that story.
Right.
And maybe they thought, oh, this is probably that.
Right.
Or someone told them, this is probably that, and we won't have to do it.
Right.
And then ipso facto, whoops.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
So maybe the townsfolk believed that it was God testing them, testing their faith, like Abraham was being tested. And, but in this case, it wasn't God commanding them to do it. And so instead, they went through with it and they killed their children. And what they were bargaining for, maybe it wasn't immortality as humans, as physical humans in a corporeal sense. Fatima's wording was like this. When she got her revelation about the origins of the monsters, she said, because she was pregnant with the smiley pod thing, after it came out of her, she had the revelation where she said they sacrificed their children because it promised them they would live forever. That doesn't mean immortality as a corporeal being necessarily. That could mean live forever with the Lord, live forever like Abraham.
Spiritually.
Yeah.
Because your spirit is eternal.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So if this was something they believed was a test from God, then that could mean it promised them they would live forever after death. Once they died, they would live forever with the Lord, like Abraham wanted to do. And, maybe they were not bargaining for immortality as humans on Earth. And to me, that makes a whole hell of a lot more sense. It's still insane to sacrifice your children, but it makes a lot more sense if that's the reason for it. So if it was potentially a test, and then it turns out it wasn't God, and they just wound up killing their children, and then this entity turned them into these creatures because it wasn't God.
Right. That, I think that would track, because what group of X amount of parents would ever sacrifice their kids just because for eternal life? Who does that? Nobody's that straight up evil.
Yeah.
It seems more like people were tricked or manipulated, and that's why this is such a story of woe. That's why there's so much like sorrow associated to it, as opposed to being like, yeah, we were bad and we just did it, and we're, there's this like ever-present sense of like distress, right? Like this is effed up all the way around.
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it makes a lot more sense if that's what was happening to me. Fletch said, Karl, do you think the ritual was meant for 7 kids or 8, and somehow 1 kid got rescued? Because I think it was for 8. Someone saved him, and it ended up starting the curse. What do you think?
That's definitely possible. Sort of like, that's why we're all stuck in this in between, because it didn't get fulfilled either way, either bad or good. It's somehow incomplete. Mm-hmm. And maybe this is the Jade and Tabitha's opportunity to somehow fix it. Like, in other words, like make it so that it's not fulfilled, I guess, sort of like in between. That's interesting. I hadn't thought of that.
Could be. Yeah. I think that could be too. Michael said my thinking was something like Roanoke. Yeah.
Because they say that those people like starved to death or something and like disappeared. Like the original Roanoke, Virginia. I think that's the one he's referring to.
Yes.
They're like sort of like no one knows what happened to them. There was like a settlement, and then poof, what happened? Where'd they go?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Michael said, seems like maybe the monster to the right is actually it's actually the snake in the Garden of Eden. Given the tapestry seems like a metaphor for Adam and Eve. I think so too. Could be like the serpent. Anyone says, so spiders, crows, lake of tears, and the black swirls is what I hope to understand this season. I'm not being too greedy. Also, the missing motel. Right. I don't think that's being too greedy. I mean, we need some answers.
Remember, Ethan said, and the spider came down from the ceiling.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that all about?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. He said, and somebody screamed. Ethan had a vision when he was passed out. He said, and somebody screamed. Then somebody screamed, and the spider came down from the ceiling. What does that mean?
What does that mean in the context of a pocket universe?
Yeah.
And then all the spider webs everywhere.
Yeah. He said, I saw the lake of tears. And he said there were pictures all over the walls. And all of us were there. The whole Matthews family. And then you see that overlaid with Victor drawing the whole family, and there are pictures all over his walls. Mm-hmm. So I personally think maybe that means...
You were saying that Victor is a metaphor for a lake of tears.
Right? Yeah.
That's what you're saying? And then the pictures are all around him.
Right.
So if he's a metaphor for the lake of tears, and here's all these pictures. Now, when you say metaphor for lake of tears, are you implying that he is drawing the woe? He is drawing all the bad stuff. Thus, he's like always coming forth and bringing forth all these tears. Like he is a fountain of tears. He's creating a lake of tears.
Oh, that's a great way to look at it. That's a great way to look at it. Yeah. Yeah, because Victor is this pitiful, victim who's been there for 40 years. And when Ethan said, I saw the Lake of Tears, and there were pictures all over the walls, and we were all there. And you see Victor there. While Ethan is talking, you see Victor drawing the whole family and the pictures all over his walls. So maybe Victor is a metaphor for the Lake of Tears. Yeah, and he's drawing all of this suffering. So that's a great way to look at it. The pictures are like the tears coming from this lake, full of them. That's it could be. There are a lot of metaphors in this show. Metaphors, foreshadowing, and symbolism, like a great work of literature. So, it could be that the Lake of Tears is not an actual literal lake. So let's see. Let's see.
There's some good stuff in the chat.
Yeah. Maybe you can highlight some comments for me, Carl, and I'll read them.
Okay.
Let's see.
Find a couple, or start the thread, as it were.
Yeah. Anyone said maybe Tabby really physically tried to stop it back then. This is why Man in Yellow targeted Jim as first kill. He wants to make Tabby suffer for ruining his ritual. Yeah, I'm sure she did try to stop it. She failed to save them back then. She probably did. So, but I also think that Jim was killed because he would have been, basically his death is a distraction for Tabitha. She's going to feel immense grief and guilt over that. And that will be an obstacle to her focusing on finding a way out of the place and breaking the curse and the cycle. And so that knowledge that Jim gave her comes at a cost, as the Man in Yellow said, and he had to take Jim out to make it harder for her. Because now that she's got this knowledge, this is going to help her.
Empowered, right?
Yes. This is going to help her and Jade on their journey to figuring out how to end the cycle and the curse. And he's got to throw an obstacle in their way. So that knowledge that's helpful to them will come at this cost. And he kills Jim because this grief and guilt. I mean, if you've ever felt grief and had a guilt complex, you would know what a giant weight that is on you and how hard it is to be productive and move forward with what you're doing in your life. So that's going to be a huge problem. And that's what the whole point of it is. The Man in Yellow needs to try to stop them from getting close to figuring this whole thing out. Let's see. What else is here? Lake of Tears could also be the Brundles. Yep, could be the Brundles. Why haven't they explored the Brundles more? I don't know. Yeah, I would like to see that.
The real question is, what is a Brundle?
Yeah.
Where did that word come from?
I have no idea.
Looks like a pond to me. What's a Brundle?
I have no idea. Michael said, when the Lake of Tears is first mentioned, it's in the context of, are the fairies coming from the Lake of Tears to save Norman? Now, is that metaphor for the two parents coming to save their daughter? Maybe.
The two Cromonocles?
Right. It could be. It's tough because there are multiple metaphors in the show, and trying to parse through them is confusing. We've got the Cromonocle story. We have this story with the fairies coming from the Lake of Tears to save Norman, and how does it fit together? And they're mixing metaphors. That's always a messy thing.
Norman isn't the Cromonocle story, or he is?
No, it's a separate story.
It's a different story. Oh, I'm
yep.
sorry.
Norman is something separate. So, yeah, I don't know, Michael. But yeah, he will want to kill all the truth seekers. Exactly. Coming from a metaphorical place of grief for the loss of their daughter. Yeah, Michael, that's a great way to put it. That's a great way to put it. Um, so Tabitha and Jade. So the Lake of Tears could be the place of grief that Tabitha and OG Tabitha and Jade are coming from over the loss of their daughter in the original story, and they're coming to save save their daughter's soul, or at least free her from this place. I think that's what it's going to wind up being, and the rest of the children's souls. Repeatedly trying to come back and do this. Exactly, Michael. I think that makes total sense. This show is full of symbolism, so I don't think the Lake of Tears needs to be a literal place. Fletch said the Norman story was a made-up story by Julie. Yes, it was. Chromonocle is a book that was made up by the show.
Yeah, the actual book. Yeah, okay.
Yep.
And then anyone define Brundles?
Hey, Christine Jellybean. Nice to see you. So moving on through here. By the way, I think we're going to be changing my original plan because we're 2 hours in now. And so I think we're going to just cover episode 1 today. And we'll do episode 2 in another live because there's just way too much to talk about. Anyway, 38 people watching. Thank you so much. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. And if you're not subscribed.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
And if you're not subscribed, please consider subscribing and hitting the bell for all notifications. I'll be doing extensive coverage on From and nothing else, just From all the time from now until season 4 is over. And that includes this rewatch. And we'll be doing rewatch parties for every episode in the Discord. There's a link to join the Discord in the description of this video. We'll also be doing watch parties for season 4 episodes when they drop. And that'll be starting April 19th in the Discord and covering the show every week. And as soon as we get a full trailer, we'll do theory crafting lives on that every week. Also, I'll be doing videos coming up too, theory videos. So, but yeah, tonight we're going to just cover episode 1 and we'll do episode 2 in another live because we'll be here all night if we do both episodes. Yes, the Norman story was just a little finger puppets, like Michael said. And Fletch, yes, they were in Tabby's vision in her premonition dream on the lighthouse stairs. Yes, anyone we get to chatting and then we lose track of time, always. Yeah. It's easy to do with the Fromely here. Bill Chill said Brundles most commonly refers to a surname with roots in Norfolk, England, often associated with a place name derived from Old English for a remote place or nook of land. It can also refer to a character or creature in pop culture or a slang term for a merged, damaged, or messy entity. Okay. Interesting stuff. Fletch, no, you don't need to shut up next stream. I love to hear your ideas. It's fine. I have plenty of time to do extra live streams. I can do it another night. We're not covering anything other than From until season 4 is done. So we have plenty of time. There is really no rush, even though we've got 2 months. Hey, I'll do 3 lives per week if I have to get this done. 31 likes. Awesome. Thank you so much. Hey, Faith and Repentance. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well tonight. Silver Lining met long-lost siblings and found healing in learning. We share mental issues, which was helpful because sleep has been getting less and less as more was thrown on my plate. Oh, my. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. That sounds, I mean, the Silver Lining sounds great, but I'm sorry that you've been struggling with a lot on your plate going on. But I hope things get better for you. I hope things keep improving. Interesting meeting lost siblings. That's really amazing. Let's see. Noun, anything made by mashing 2 other things together in the hopes of making a third useful thing. Usually not successful. Occasionally wildly so. In terms of Brundle. Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Interesting stuff on the Brundles. Yeah, it's deep dives for a reason, but it is. So looks like Scarlett's going to be able to be here for episode 2 at least. When we break that down, because I know she had some theories she wanted to discuss, but didn't have time to go into as much depth as she wanted to. Yeah, it is an odd word, Brundles, for sure. Faith, I'm doing all right. I'm struggling with a lot of pain, but trying to get through it as best I can, and pursuing more medical care to address it. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for your loss, Faith. That's brutal. I went through that last year with the loss of my dad. I'm so sorry. I don't. I mean, there aren't any words that can really do anything to make you feel better when you're suffering a loss like that. But I hope that you and your family find peace in this difficult time, and our thoughts are with you. We're here for you. But finding lost siblings, that can be a beautiful thing, and I hope that brings a positive thing to your life. In this horrible time. So yeah, hopefully we can take your mind off of things for a little while when you pop in here. At best, it's good to just kind of check out of what you're dealing with in your life sometimes, and just be with friends and get some escapism. Let's see. So Fletch said, so they mashed the real world into Fromville and created the Brundles. Far stretched. Hmm. I don't know. It could be. It could be. Yeah. Let's see. So, oh, well, I'm glad I can do anything to help, Faith. I really am. It's, it's difficult to know what to say. I know nothing can really actually help you right now. It's just going to take time. It does get easier with time, and process the loss and heal and learn to live with it. You don't get over it, but you just learn to live with it, and lean on your support system. That's what I did last year. So anyway, so transitioning back, get back into our escapism, and back through the credits here. I've always wondered what the hell this is. What is this? Like, it kind of looks like someone being buried alive, or you could look at it from different perspectives. It's a child's poorly drawn crayon picture.
Right. Are they in the bottom of a hole, or are they looking down into a hole?
Could be a person looking into a hole.
Is this like you're in the basement and someone opens the door and they're lit up?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it could be that. They're in the dark, and
it could be, maybe it's Boyd, was that supposed to be a well where he was at? Remember where he was with the rope and stuff?
Boyd was at the bottom of a well. Right. Yeah. So that's the kind of the closest image we've seen that looks sort of like that.
Right.
Yeah, like yeah, it could be Boyd in the hole, like you guys are saying in the chat. So yeah, that's always interested me. All of these pictures do. That's Ethan's crutch when he first gets to town. Ellis makes him that. There's a weird little picture of two people under an umbrella too. I don't know. It's random. It probably doesn't mean anything.
Oh, is it like a cartoon? That's like a cartoon drawing, right?
It is. It's a picture. It's a drawing. What is this weird thing? I don't know. A weird guy. This is obviously one of the monsters. I mean, he's got the sharp teeth, so yeah, it's one of the monsters.
Are you sure?
Yes, but one of his eyes is bleeding, so that's kind of odd. I don't know why his eye would be bleeding. It appears that way. So yeah, that's a fun one. That's some nightmare fuel. Just going through the ones that
That
are.
one looked like a night of Taco Bell, right? That one.
Which one?
Oh, was that blood?
Yeah, that's
Oh,
blood.
no. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's just blood. So that's the end of the opening credits. I love that. It was so well put together. But let's see. One-eyed Jade, one-eyed Elgin. Yeah, the one eye symbolism and the one eye thing, it keeps happening in this place, it seems. Yikes, worst kind of death. It's a sign about the eyeball, right? Fletch had also said about that other picture, maybe to make it look like a tunnel, like the tunnel's underground.
Mm-hmm.
Could be. Basically, Fletch said those underground places they used to hide before the talismans, right? That could be. Basically, a hole where you put people to be forgotten and die. Not a well at a medieval oubliette.
That sounds French.
Yeah, it does look for it. I think it may be. So Michael, are you saying that what Boyd was in was not a well, a medieval oubliette?
What is that?
I don't know.
Well,
Yeah.
now we're gonna get definitions of oubliette.
So it's a hole where they just put people to be forgotten and die. That's a horrible. Yeah, like anyone said, that's a horrible kind of death. That's terrible.
That sounds like where I was living at before, San Bernardino.
So God. Basically, it means it's French and it means a place to be forgotten. Yeah, that makes sense. Oublier means to forget in French. Wow, from a dungeon, brutal stuff. Anyway, so we have our opening scene where the Matthews leave our reality. They're still in our reality for this part. See them driving now. I think this is kind of important. They show us an aerial view of the Matthews driving through, long stretches of highway with other cars, other vehicles for a while. Then you see it getting more and more remote. Look at how you're leaving civilization. They get off the major highway. Now they're on a 2-lane road, and it's getting more and more rural. You've got some farms and forest. Now they're just in the forest. And I think all of these portals where people pass into Fromville, they're probably in these really remote places where, you could find yourself all alone, the only vehicle on the road. And if the vehicle just disappears, no one would notice, no one would see. It would have to be remote. They couldn't just disappear in the middle of a downtown place. So these portals just they must pop up in these really rural areas, right?
Right.
Remote.
And everyone's always in a car. It's not like you're on a subway and then boom, you're in Fromville, right?
Right. Yeah. They're always on a highway. Yeah, exactly. So it's interesting. Like, why don't they ever get there a different way? Like walking.
An airplane.
Yeah, a walk or an airplane or a train. Well, I think they'd have to be isolated so that the rest of the world doesn't see it or notice it disappearing. So an airplane wouldn't work. Mm-hmm. People must be targeted when they're in vehicles in remote areas. I think that's the only way it would work. I mean, it could work if someone walked, I think.
Or, I guess it could be on a horse, right?
Or it could be on a horse.
Right. That's probably what happened back in the dia, back in the day.
Yeah. Anything that could be remote. So a train or a plane wouldn't work. A subway.
Why?
Because then the rest of the world would see it.
Yeah, but if it's this is a good question to sort of throw out there. But if it's sort of a mystical, magical, far away land, far away tree, what does it matter? I should, if I need to be pulled in there, why am I not like, hey guys, I'm gonna go to my room, and then poof, I just end up in Fromville.
Oh, I don't know.
Why is it remote on a road? Why is that? Why is that?
Because I think that the way it works, there are probably thin spots where there's a thin area, a veil between dimensions, and only in certain areas of the U.S. Certain areas, and they move. I don't think they're just static in one place. but it'd have to be where there's a thin spot where you can pass through the veil into like a liminal space between our reality and another dimension, where I think Fromville is another dimension. So it wouldn't just be in the middle of your bedroom. I mean, I guess maybe a thin spot could move into somebody's house if it's a moving thing.
Right.
But yeah, I think it would have to be in those specific spots, and they'd be in remote areas where maybe they're controlled, so that none of the rest of the world can figure it out, or not figure it out, but see it happening and then investigate. So the entities that are opening these portals might specifically pick remote areas to, move the portal and draw people in that way. It's hard to theorize about that kind of stuff because they've given us next to nothing to go on. There's no hard evidence, so we just have to kind of grasp at straws.
Just stay home, guys.
Yeah.
No long trips to the backwoods.
Yeah. Yeah. No, don't. Yeah. Don't go out into the woods for any reason. Don't go on any road trips, and you'll be fine. Henry never would have wound up back in Fromville if he hadn't gone with Tabitha in his car.
Right.
But he, with him, it was kind of different. He got knocked out in a car accident, put in an ambulance, and then that went through.
But then again, right, the ambulance was in the city. How did it end up in a remote area, like you're saying?
In Camden, I think it was Camden, Maine, and then they drove. I'm not sure why they wound up going through a remote wooded area to go to a hospital. So it's kind of odd.
Plot hole?
Yeah, it could be a plot hole. Fletch said they're all in Lumen at this stage, and they just activated the split in their brains, and they're in Fromville. Long live Kier. Yeah, from Verance. This is like From and Severance combined. Isn't there a split scene where the electric towers disappear?
Ooh,
yes,
that's coming up.
It's coming up when the Matthews family is going around. Yes, there is. There's a shot of the railroad tracks, and the wires, the power lines disappear when the Matthews go around again.
And the control box for the
railroad. It disappears. Yeah. So it seems like, there's a thin spot there between realities, and, so they go around and they go through that portal, and then their reality disappears. The power lines disappear. Michael said it kind of makes sense it would happen or open in a remote area rather than a busy highway. So you would only get one car, not like 100. Yes, exactly. They don't want that many people. They target specific people to get there. Everything disappears. Weird. There are so many questions about how this works, and we really just have to kind of look at other sci-fi to come up with theories about it, because they haven't given us any hard evidence to theorize about. So we just have to think about other sci-fi and how they worked with portals and other dimensions and thin spots, liminal spaces, things like that. So the opening scene with the Matthews, I think, is really essential. Like the fact that they put this in the very beginning. This was the first scene we ever saw of the Matthews, and it was the Norman scene with Julie and Ethan. Don't dismiss this as just a little kid throwaway thing. It's not. It's important. I'm telling you, this is key to understanding how story walking is going to work. I put out a video in January of 2025 that explains my theory on that. I'll link the video in the description of the video of this video. But if you look in the description of this live stream, you'll see a link to a playlist of my theory videos, and my Jim is Norman video is in there, and I explain why I think Jim represents Norman. But let's go through what they say. Julie's playing with Ethan's finger puppets, and Ethan says, "Norman, you're going to be okay. The secret fairies are on their way from the Lake of Tears. They're going to fix you." But Julie says, "The monster's claws went too deep. Tell my friends I'll miss them. Tell my parents I said goodbye." and Norman dies. And Ethan, and she goes on to say, pretending the other puppet is talking, Norman, no, please, you're my best friend, please. Ethan then says, but the secret fairies are coming from the Lake of Tears, right? They're going to make him better. And Julie replies, sorry, buddy, Norman's dead. And when you're dead, you're gone. Ethan responds, bring him back. You have to bring him back. But Julie, being a nasty older sibling, says, sometimes life is hard, kid. This is foreshadowing. Okay, I'm convinced that this is foreshadowing. Jim represents Norman in this. Now, I know Jim, it's not a perfect metaphor because Jim doesn't really have a best friend in this scenario, but I think that it represents Jim because it fits the situation that we're having now with Julie embarking on this story walking, and she talks to Ethan about it, and she says that maybe she can use this to bring back Thomas or Tian Shen, who died. And Ethan tells her, no, you can't change a story that's already been told. You can just visit chapters. That's all. That's how he defines story walking. So he's saying that you can't bring anyone back from the dead. So ironically, they kind of switch places in their thinking by that scene in season 3. And it's Ethan saying you can't do this, and Julie wanting to bring someone back from the dead. Now, I don't think it can work. I think that Jim is dead, and that's not going to change. And I think that this scene was meant to give us that hint as we go back and rewatch that this is how it's going to work. And Ethan, Ethan is like, Julie, you've got to bring him back, and it's. I think he's kind of woken up to reality by season 3 because he knows now that that's not how it works. He's gotten wiser, and he's kind of our guide to how the place works. And in season 3, he says that it's not possible to do it. And from the beginning, I think Ethan is meant to be our mouthpiece, the writer's mouthpiece, rather, for how this place works. We look to Ethan for insight. Anytime he talks about the quest, the Chromonocle, we need to be listening. And so by season 3, he's older, a little older, he's wiser, and he believes that you can't bring someone back from the dead. And so what happens in this scene foreshadows the reality. Like Julie says in this scene, when you're dead, you're gone, and she can't bring Norman back. And so I think the parallel is just so strong here. And they planted it in the very first scene. So I definitely think the writers want us to really pay attention to this, and it's important. And they planned what was going to happen. I'm convinced that they planned Jim's death from the beginning. They planned the revelation that Tabitha and Jade were reincarnated, and that Jim would have to die as the cost of that knowledge. So they set up this scene, I really believe, as a metaphor to give us insight into that. I mean, it's so obvious. The monster's claws went too deep. He's killed by, a monster, essentially. The man in yellow is some sort of monster. And he slashes Jim's throat open with his bare hands.
With his claws.
Well, I assumed he must have claws because of that. But Doug said that they didn't outfit him with claws of any kind on his hands. Mm. So he must have, with brute force, just ripped open Jim's throat with his bare hands. But the metaphor still stands. He's some kind of monster. And he kills Jim. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, let me go back. Back when Julie was saying the monster's claws went too deep, they show a shot of Jim at that moment.
And he looks, oh,
yeah. If you go back and watch, as she's saying the monster's claws went too deep, they show a shot of Jim at that moment. Scarlet and I noticed that back when we did the first rewatch of this, and the sun is hitting his neck, like we're really supposed to notice Jim. We don't even see Tabitha's face in the shot. It's highlighting Jim there. Accident? No, I don't think so. I think we're supposed to connect that. This rewatch is so fruitful for noticing things like this. So I do think that it's our clue as to how story walking is going to work. It's going to be a bootstrap paradox kind of situation where if somebody's dead, you can't bring them back. And the fact that we already saw Jim die means that's what was meant to happen. There was never some version of reality where he's still alive and Julie saves him. Whereas when she threw Boyd the rope, she was just completing an action that already took place. Boyd was already thrown the rope by somebody. She was completing that bootstrap paradox by throwing him the rope. Boyd never died, was left to die in that dungeon. Someone always threw him the rope. It always happened that way, and it was Julie. Whereas Jim died. We saw her fail to save him. That's the difference. So unless they want to make it messy, they need to keep it this way and not bring him back. If they bring him back, they're going to be doing more than one model of time travel in the same show. And I think that's way too messy. And the writers are too good to do that. Because that would be the grandfather paradox version of time travel, where you can bring somebody back who was already dead, or you can prevent somebody from existing in the future. And this is not how it works in this show. If they continue being consistent, then they'll go with the closed loop bootstrap paradox model. And that means Jim stays dead. And the scene was foreshadowing of that, in my opinion. These are all just opinions. I'm not here to preach this is fact and this is how it is. And I could be wrong, but this is my theory on it. Also, of course, the parents yell at Julie to knock it off and leave him alone. And Tabitha goes over to Ethan, and this is important too. So, let's see. And before I move on to this, I think, again, the finger puppets are important because they were brought back in Tabitha's premonition dream later in the season. They were on the lighthouse steps. So we obviously need to pay attention to this scene. Like, this isn't just a throwaway thing. They were in that premonition dream. Why were they brought back? They want us to remember this scene. And that was why I think they were in Tabitha's premonition dream of the lighthouse. They're sitting on the steps. Then she goes up the steps in that dream and sees Jim hanging upside down. And when he opens his mouth to scream, it's the RV horn, and then he's later killed next to the RV. So, again, that's associating those little finger puppets with Jim being in peril. He was hanging upside down in the dream. And incidentally, I think that in season 4, they're going to find him hanging upside down from a tree, ultimately fulfilling that premonition dream. This, I think I love how the writers did this. It was deliberate and clearly planned out what was going to happen. That Julie was going to be a story walker and Jim would die, that she would try to bring him back. They planned all of this. It's so obvious to me watching this scene that this was the plan all along. And, it's like they said later in season 3, the answers to the end are at the beginning. So we need to go back to the beginning of this show to find clues to the answers to the end. That was a message to us. Who was it that said that in season 3? The answers to the end are at the beginning. I'm trying to remember now. Who said that? The answers to the end are at the beginning. Let me know in the chat if you remember who said that in season 3. Who was it? Did Victor find that out in a message, like when he remembered something? I think he might have. Was it Victor remembering what the boy in white told Christopher? The answers to the end. Yes, I believe that was it. The answers to the end are at the beginning. That was also a message to us as the viewers to go back to the beginning of the show for answers to how this all ends. So that's what we're doing now. We're going back and we really need to hone in on these early episodes because I do think that clues to the answers are here. And the showrunners have said that before. That the answers, some of the clues to the answers were planted in these first couple episodes. So actually, I mean, this episode really deserves its own live stream by itself. And it's best that we do episode 2 in a separate one because these episodes are crucial to understanding the show and trying to find clues to how it all ends. So we need to pay this all the attention it deserves. So
Don't forget about her shirt.
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh, I won't. So Ethan yells, "Mom, Julie killed Norman." Now we don't have to take that as part of the metaphor because not all of this is literal. Maybe Julie will feel responsible for failing to save Jim. So I think that might be what it means. Like Julie killed Norman. Julie will feel responsible for failing to save Jim over and over again. So it's like his death is part her fault. And because story worker Julie's gonna fail, as we saw. And so anyway, Ethan says the monsters killed him, and Tabitha says there's no such thing as monsters. And if there's no such thing as monsters, that means Norman's still alive, doesn't it? Now this is really interesting. This part I think we need to pay attention to as well. There are monsters, so obviously it's ironic. It's supposed to be irony because we know by the end of the episode that monsters do exist, and Tabitha's wrong here. And Norman is dead in this little scenario. Now, hopefully this doesn't all mean that this whole show is a simulation and the monsters don't exist and whatnot, but I don't think so. I don't think it's a simulation. Now, yeah, so but another thing about this line at the end of the series, I think this may foreshadow that the monsters won't exist anymore. So I think by the end, the monsters will be eliminated and this whole place and the curse cycle will end. And maybe that's what it foreshadows, that the monsters won't exist anymore in the end. But let me check in with the chat here before I go on. Hey, Dave Dorf. Welcome. Nice to see you. Let's see. So yeah, Michael, when we get a better shot of Julie's shirt, I was going to hone in on that because Julie's shirt is definitely foreshadowing as well. It says illusions on it. Now, we don't get a great shot of it here. We go back a little. Yeah, we can't really see it that well, but it says illusions on it. There's a better shot later. And it has a third eye open, which symbolizes awakening. And illusions, possibly foreshadowing that there are illusions to be overcome. And yes, I think that's what that means. I don't think this entire place is an illusion and it's all a simulation or a dream, but we know in Fromville there are illusions to be overcome. There are things like Ghost Abby, who's definitely an illusion meant to screw with Boyd. And there are visions that people have, visions that could mess with their heads, voices, and so it's hard to discern what's real and what's not. Jade has visions that seem real. So yeah, illusions. This place is full of illusions that are going to be thrown in their way. So that shirt is definitely important. Michael says, one way of overcoming illusions in some mythologies is using highly perceptive animals to see the hidden or find the true path, like in The Watchers. Oh, I like that. Yeah. So let's see. Let's go up a little bit here. See what you guys have been saying before I go on. Let's see. 35 likes. Thank you so much. Debbie, yeah, if Jim is Norman, then who is Harold? I mean, that's a good question. The other puppet in the script was named Harold, but they never said it on the actual show. I don't know. I don't know if Harold needs to have a counterpart. I think the dialogue is about Norman being dead and whether or not he can be brought back is what we need to focus on. And it may not be a perfect metaphor. And then Harold may not have a counterpart. Harold meaning the puppet. Norman
or Harold?
What?
No, which one doesn't have a counterpart? Norman or Harold?
Harold. Yeah, his friend.
Right.
Yes, Fletcher. Norman is the yellow puppet. Interesting, yeah, isn't it? I think that makes it kind of confusing because yellow represents the man in yellow now. The evil guy. Dave Dorff says, plus the writers said answers are in the first episode. Yes, they did. So that's why we've got to pay very close attention to this episode. Debbie says, and then Tabitha says there's no such thing as monsters, right? Yes. Fletch says, imagine after Julie gets killed in season 5, someone tells her, things don't work like that, kid. When you're dead, you're dead. Oh, that would be ironic, wouldn't it? Jay says, Jim's best friend is Tabitha. You usually marry your best friend. Oh, yeah, you could say that his best friend is Tabitha. Maybe the other finger puppet represents Tabitha. Good point. Fletch says, well, what if the story hasn't been told yet, though? Could they change things? Well, I think the story being told is just a metaphor. This whole thing is just a metaphor for time travel and their lives. So the story has been told just means Jim has died. Like, this is the story that we're watching. Jim is part of the story and he's died. So the story has been told. That's the way that I take it. It's a metaphor. Like, story walking is just a stand-in for time travel. And the story is their life. If Julie's right and the kids manifest the town, meaning me, it would make sense for a kid like Ethan to know the rules of the game. Yes, exactly. The kids are clued into things. Ethan has always known what's going on. Ethan is clued in. He's tapped into this place. So yeah, I think we need to pay attention to him for that reason. Michael says story walking is baked in the 4D timeline. What Julie does from the future is baked into her past because she's already done it and it's already impacted history to get her to the point in the future where she does the thing that already happened in the past. Exactly. It's an endless loop. It's an endless cycle. It's a very confusing bootstrap paradox model of time travel. It's just, it happened that way because it always happened that way. Boyd, if Julie hadn't thrown the rope to Boyd, he wouldn't have been able to eventually save her from the cicada coma in the dungeon. He's the one who goes and breaks the curse and frees Julie from the dungeon. So, like, if she didn't go complete that action and throw him the rope in season 3, then the fabric of reality would completely change. So it had to happen that way. Everything just kind of happened out of sequence. It's an endless cycle. There's no beginning and no end when it comes to this kind of time travel and this kind of paradox. Julie saved Boyd. Then Boyd was able to go on and save Julie from the dungeon. Then Julie saves Boyd again, on and on and on. Let's see. Story walking shouldn't just be traveling backwards. Story walking should be able to walk through the whole book, ending included. Yeah, Fletch, that makes sense. To be able to go into the future, I agree. Michael says, so she's just replaying the role she already played in the past. Exactly, from her future, present, current moment. Dave says, I feel the time travel is more like Logan, aka Wolverine, and X-Men Days of Future Past. Okay, I've never seen that one. Annie says, there goes that story walking conundrum. What will their rules be? Because, well, there are so many rules. There are so many ways it could go. From will set up rules for that. There must be some limitations. Oh, definitely. They can't just correct everything and fix everything with story walking. That's why I think this is the best way to go about it. If Julie can change things, then she could just go fix everything. She could save Jim and she could fix every problem. I don't think they're going to go with that type of time travel. I highlighted that one already. The end is the beginning, kind of dark plot. Yes. In Dark, the series Dark, it said the beginning is the end and the end is the beginning. That's how it worked. It was, if you want to see a show that incorporates this type of bootstrap paradox time travel, that's it. That is the show to watch. It's the perfect example of closed loop bootstrap paradoxes that will just completely mess with your head like you would not believe. Trying to wrap your head around it. Let's see. So Tabitha, monsters aren't real. Donna, hold my beer. Yeah. Yeah, this is kind of paid off. In the next episode, Donna asks Tabitha, do you believe in monsters? And then she tells her about the monsters. Fletch said if they successfully prevent the ritual from happening, Tabitha is right. The monsters won't exist. Or maybe there's some other way they can break the curse other than preventing the ritual. Maybe even if they can't change history, I don't know if they can go back in time and change anything in preventing the ritual. I'm not sure. But there might be some other way to break the cycle and obliterate the monsters. But yeah, if they can change anything, I think it would be the ritual. It would have to be. But then that could completely change the timeline and the fabric of history for all of these characters. So how would that work? And then it means none of this would have happened. Let's see. Yes, there's a Norman on the map in the sheriff's station. That's right. There is. There's a name Norman there. Like Michael said, Julie's t-shirt could foreshadow the need to awaken either via the tree or via recreating Miranda's accidental vision quest to a second end in the beginning. Miranda's beginning under the tree in the park where she starts seeing past life visions after taking LSD. Okay, yeah, interesting. Could be. Illusions. Oh shit, it's all a simulation. Yeah, I hope not, Fletch. It better not be. If that's the answer they hid in this, that would be terrible. I don't think so. Fletch said, could the red puppet resemble the red monster on those cave drawings, and yellow puppet the man in yellow? Yeah, Carl and I were just talking about that last night. That maybe the red puppet represents that. But I don't know. I think the red thing in the cave drawing was just Smiley being reborn, because it looked so much like Smiley covered in that red juice that he emerged from. So I don't think there is a red cave monster after all. It's just Smiley being reborn. If you go look at that scene, it's what it looks like. Debbie said Clara and Elgin both made Odin's sacrifice for gaining knowledge. Yeah, both losing an eye. Oh, that's right. Well, yeah, Clara didn't lose an eye, but she got her eye damaged and she wore an eye patch. Jade saw the guy stake to the tree through the eye. Right. And also lost his eye. Jay said, is Jim dead? At the end of season 2, if I didn't see Tabitha wake up. If we didn't see Tabitha wake up in the hospital, we would have thought that the boy in white killed her by pushing her out of the window. True. Yeah. No, I think Jim is definitely dead. I think he's dead. There's no beginning and there is no end. Tom Tom Club. Oh, that song.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Genius of Love.
Mm-hmm. Amy said, I bet Tilly was about to learn a recipe for eye-teenies. Okay, so Debbie said, in my theory, to break the cycle, they have to get the monsters to remember who they were and what they did. They have to tell the monsters to, and cooey. I love that, Debbie. That makes total sense to me. Like, the monsters are going around not remembering their children. Their children are right there, the Ankui kids who are wandering around in visions. They don't remember who they are and what they did, and they can't even see the Ankui kids. You never see them in the same scene. Maybe they need to be reunited with the Ankui kids and remember who they are and what they did, and that will break the curse and break the cycle. The key may be that, and it's why the kids say Ankui over and over again. Not just for Tabitha, maybe it's for the benefit of the monsters too. And Tabitha's the only one who can hear them, so she needs to relay that message somehow.
Reunited, and it feels so good.
Yeah. Yeah, Fletch, I also love Robert's theory on how the totems work like the talismans. They were 1500s talismans, basically. Wondering if we get different talismans for each cycle. Could be. Apart from magic, how are they going to explain Tabby Lighthouse push? Anyone would have died from as energy to protect from the law of physics. I think she probably, the way I explain it in my head canon, is that she went through a portal back into the real world, and that portal dropped her from a safer height. She obviously got injured because she got cut up and she was in the hospital, but she was able to walk out of the hospital right away. Minor injuries. So my headcanon is that the portal didn't drop her from the height of a lighthouse, but that it dropped her from a safer height onto the ground. Imagine, like, on Sliders, if you ever saw Sliders, the show from the 90s, people jumped between universes, and they were always dropped from a safe height so they didn't get too banged up. That's what I think, even though it looked like she was really high when she went through there. Oh, Fletch, what if Jade plays the song for the creatures? Would they remember? Would they Ankui? Possibly. Yeah. So, okay, so moving on here. Let's see, where were we? So that's that scene. And Jim says, sometimes I remember what it was like when it wasn't like this, like before. Tabitha says, don't do that. So Jim is still holding on to their marriage, and she is so done with it. She just wants to end it. Poor Jim. He was just always destined to lose her, and he died because of her, and he was holding on to their marriage, and she was just so done with him. He was just an innocent pawn in all this. Like, she was drawn there. She was inevitably forced to come back to Fromville, and he just was unlucky enough that he married her. And Jim is a tragic character in that way. And looking back now, I feel really sorry for him. Here he is wistfully remembering the good times with her, and she just shuts him right down, and they're about to go into this horrible place that will result in his death. Anyway, they arrive in town. You see Frank coming home, and Boyd does the infamous slap. I didn't like that. This scene made me dislike Boyd at first. I thought it was too extreme. And then he drags Frank inside. And he slams him up against a wall, saying, "A man protects his family, Frank. A man protects his family." And looking back now, we understand why Boyd said that. It wasn't just about Frank. it was also about himself, because we find out later that Boyd failed his own family. He didn't listen to Ellis when Ellis begged him to stop exploring the woods and stay home because Abby was going crazy. And Boyd didn't listen. Boyd went out into the woods, and Abby snapped that day and massacred a bunch of people, resulting in her death. Boyd wound up having to shoot her to save his son. So Boyd feels this immense guilt for that he carries with him. And that's why he says this to Frank. It's not just about Frank. It's projection of his own guilt. So I get it now. And I grew to really like Boyd, obviously. But yeah, I'm going to go by this quickly because I don't want to get the stream taken down for too much gore. Boyd drags Frank in, shoves him into his daughter's corpse, and on top, above it rather, and then he points a gun at him and makes him keep looking at it. I thought it was too extreme and too much. I didn't like it. This is one of the things that scared me off the show when I first watched it. I just didn't like Boyd. I didn't like the extremity of the violence and the gore, seeing a child ripped open like that. But now I'm really glad that I went back to it, and it was worth it. The show is superb, and it's worth getting through rough scenes like this. And yeah, like I get why Boyd acted like this again, but it's hard to watch. And I felt really sorry for Frank. It wasn't all his fault. His wife also failed to protect their daughter. They were equally guilty. And there's the talisman on the floor. You see that whenever the monsters get in, it's like they throw the talisman, like, fuck this thing that kept us out of here, and they throw it on the floor every time. So he picks it up and pockets it. When back to the RV, they come upon the tree in the road, the infamous tree, and they get out to inspect it. And Tabitha's like, why is there a tree in the middle of the road? He says it must have got knocked down in a storm or something. And she says, that's a pretty selective storm. That's a great point to make, because there's no other debris around, and it looks like it was just pulled out by the roots unnaturally. Why is there just this one random tree in the road, yanked out by the roots? Well, because it's some kind of supernatural thing. That's why. It's not a typical tree. This is, I think this is a liminal space that they've entered. This is no longer reality, in my opinion. In my theory, basically, they've already left the real world, and this is a liminal space. And there are multiple things like this. It's not always the same tree. When other people encounter a tree, it looks different. But it's always a liminal space produced by Fromville, in my opinion, in between. So they've passed through the veil into this space. And that, that explains why other cars don't get sucked in at the same time all the time. Because, and also why people don't come upon this and clean it up and get it out of the way. This needs to be kind of set aside from reality. And, it's, so I think they've already left the real world. And it's just, it disappears too. When they turn around and go the other way, they never see the tree again. They go by, they're on the same road, but they never see the tree again. That's another thing that makes me think this is not reality anymore. They'll circle back around the same road and the tree is gone. It disappears. So yeah, that's the way I look at it, based on other sci-fi I've seen about pocket dimensions and alternate universes are often liminal spaces in between them. If you look at the show Constellation from Apple TV, they had liminal spaces like that. So Jim says there was an exit about a mile back. I think we're gonna have to circle around, which is really kind of comical foreshadowing. Yeah, they're definitely gonna be circling around, because they're caught in an endless cycle now. They're going to be drawn into Fromville, which is trapped in an endless cycle.
Eventually, Jim will be circling the drain.
Yeah. The dialogue of this show is just so well written. It's so dripping with foreshadowing and symbolism. I love it. I think we're going to have to circle around. Yeah, you sure are. Ethan wants to get on the tree. Jim puts Ethan up there to walk on the tree, and a murder of crows, a big flock of crows, just appears out of nowhere as soon as Ethan gets on the tree. Why? Well, I think they're trying to scare them away so they don't go over the tree. And I think there could be a way out on the other side if they were to go over the tree. It's like the crows are guarding this other realm. I think this is, again, a liminal space. The tree is neither here nor there. And if they go over the tree, it might be possible to leave. The tree isn't in our reality or in Fromville just yet. If they go over the tree, I think they might be able to get out and get back to the real world. The crow, I think, represents the big bad watcher entity, the entity that's keeping them all trapped, and it's controlling the crows. And if you look, there's this point of view shot from a bird, one of the crows, looking down on them, which is ominous. It gives the feeling like they're being watched. And we know that the big bad of the show can see them all, like it saw Tabitha digging in the basement. The man in yellow knew she was digging down there and said, "Your wife shouldn't be digging that hole, Jim." That's what I think. So that's why I think that the crows represent that entity. It's watching them. It's watching them from the beginning. And I think later when Tabitha comes upon a rat eating a crow later in the cave, it symbolizes the people who are trapped there eventually defeating that big bad entity that's been watching them. I think they're going to defeat that entity in the end, and that's what it symbolizes. The rats in the maze defeating the watcher entity, the crows. Jade even once described the people trapped there as rats in a maze. And it's so cool, the symbolism of it, because Tabitha later literally finds in a maze of caves a rat eating a crow, a rat in the maze. So yeah, the symbolism of the show is so strong. But yeah, getting back to this, the crows they start circling and they're like freaking them out. Ethan's like, what are they doing? Ethan always asks really pertinent questions. What are they doing? I'm telling you, listen to what Ethan says. Listen to the questions he asks, the things he notices, and the insights he comes up with. Because he's our guide to try to understand this place and give us clues and insights. What are they doing? So we should be asking, why are the crows doing this? I think it's to stop them from going over the tree, to freak them out and make them go the other direction. The crows are on the other side of the tree, and they're trying to drive people the other way so they don't cross over the tree and escape. That's what I think. What do you think, Carl? Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Because like you said, they were getting as soon as they climbed up on the tree, the crows came out like caw, bang, what's up,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then it works. They get freaked out and they get back. They back off. They run back to the RV, and they get back in. So, yeah. So what a great scene. Let's see. Yeah, Fletch. There was a crow. No. It was a rat eating a crow when Tabitha and Victor were down there. If you go back and look, there's a dead crow and a rat's eating it. So what I think, literally what I think happened is a crow broke through the veil itself into Fromville, because you never actually see the crows, you only hear them. I think the crows are kind of on the outside in this liminal space, and it got through and went crazy because birds have this inner GPS system, this internal GPS. And once it passed through to the other dimension, I think it went nuts and wound up, in the caves dead with a rat eating it. Just like that crow that flew through the window, it went nuts. I think that's why. I think when crows pass through into there, they go crazy because their internal GPS goes haywire. Birds kind of have that sense of direction. It's why they used to use carrier pigeons to deliver messages.
So they got an internal sort of like map to the electromagnetic field, huh?
Yeah. That's the way I look at it. But let's see. Let me go back up a little bit and see what you guys were saying here. See that yellow phone, Julie. Yeah, I can't unsee all the yellow in the show either, Fletch. Julie had a bright yellow phone. They love using yellow in this show. Yellow, red, and blue. Yes, that was their last road trip as a family. Divorce was coming. Poor Jim, indeed. Yeah, Sliders was a great show, Jay, right? I love Sliders. Yeah, Annie, it could be more sci-fi than we think. It could be. Let's see. Amy said then he's told that Jade was her real husband right before death. That was more brutal than his throat getting ripped open. I know. Jim got a raw deal, seriously. And yes, Fletch, a man protects his family, but a woman should run faster to get her daughter from the granny Red Bull creature. Right? Seriously. Major question for the monster attacks. Why do they empty the chest cavity? They need the organs. Why, though? Great question. And what really bugs me is they could have answered this question, finally, in season 3, when Boyd said he watched Tian Chen getting ripped apart all night. He watched the whole thing. And yet he doesn't have any answer as to what happened to the organs. He could have finally told them, like, yeah, the monsters ate the organs or something. But he didn't have anything to say about the organs, so that question still remains. Maybe they do eat the organs. The only thing the monsters have left in their bodies is bile. They don't have anything else. Their other organs are all like shriveled up, but they have bile, which aids in digestion. So maybe they're somehow consuming the organs, and it helps sustain them in their immortality in some way.
Reinvigorates the organs, and then they shrivel back up.
Yeah, maybe reinvigorates the organs and temporarily to keep them alive. I don't know. Yeah, like Fletch. Yeah, they don't really have organs themselves anymore. Maybe they think they're trying to get new ones for them. Yeah, it's a big mystery. So it's one of the ongoing questions that we all have. Bill, yeah, justice for Frank. No death penalties since his trial. Yeah, that's why they got rid of that. No more box for anyone.
Yeah, no box for Sarah, huh?
Oh yeah, she's not going to get it either. Anyone said thought so. Maybe it's the juiciest part of the human. However, they never show them eating who they kill. Interesting, right? Yeah, it's a good thing Fletch put the talisman in his pocket, because then he winds up using it at the RV. Yeah, it was like bad Frank. It was like he was shoving a dog's nose in his his mess that he made. Like bad dog, bad Frank. So that's like what Boyd was doing to Frank. So the trees are moving, like Fletch said. Do they have to move during a long time before another tree falls to bring new people into the game? Yeah, like Victor said, the trees are moving, so possibly I don't know. I just I think that the tree might just magically appear every time, the fallen tree in the liminal space, but yeah, it could literally just fall when enough trees move. Um, but yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. Because then it disappears. It's not even there anymore. So if if it can disappear, it could appear there out of nowhere too. When they drive around in circles, it's not there anymore. Once you see the tree, it's too late. That's right, Faith. Once you see the tree, you're already stuck. That's what Donna said. Fletch, the fallen tree is from the 8th kid that didn't get sacrificed, so his tree fell down. um, should have climbed that bad boy. Yes, the tree. Should have gone over it completely. Bill, crow time. Crow at fallen tree may signify a possible exit. Were there any crows near the tower or lighthouse where you mean Tabitha got pushed out? No, there weren't. There weren't, but that's a good question to ask. Let's see. Oh, Michael posted a link to a song that he created on this topic. That's awesome. That's awesome, Michael. So check out Michael's playlist full of songs related to From. It's really cool. Right there on Suno. The crows are always somewhere significant, the places that they show up. Yeah, in the tunnel, in Colony House, and here. But yeah, we almost never see them. Sometimes we just hear them in the distance. In the closed captions, you can see crows cawing when people are in the woods. Yeah, the crows weren't happy with Tilly and her tarot cards. It could have been just that it went crazy, the crow. But anyway, getting off topic there. Caw caw bang, what's up? Caw. I liked Jim's caw too. He him mimicking the crows. Yeah, if they went through the fallen tree, they'd be out in the real world. I think so, Fletch. That's what I think. Their chance to show us was Tabitha. Tabitha could have run over the tree when the ambulance showed up in season 3, but she didn't. Everyone was distracted, and she was standing there in handcuffs, but she could have run over the tree, and that would have been our chance to see. But I guess we're not supposed to see that. This was a popular theory for a while, Bill. Maybe the monsters turn into crows during the daytime and watch everyone. It's possible. But yeah, like Fletch said, they sleep in the tunnels in the daytime. Let's see. Yeah, Michael, the monsters do have a lot of teeth, so that's a good point. Maybe it's an indicator that they're eating the organs. Bill said the organs may allow the monsters, crows, rats to transform. No body equals no death if we don't see them. So if we don't see them actually eating the organs. Good night, Faith. Good night, Faith. Hope you can get some rest and take care of yourself. Hang in there. Lean on your support system, and we're here for you. Let's see. Fletch said if they make a whole family disappear from the real world, they'll make a tree disappear as well. Yeah, exactly. They can make a tree disappear too. That's a big tree to just disappear, Bill. No, it was, well, was it 2 crows? In the tarot scene? I think it was just one. It was just one that busted in and went crazy. I think it was one. I'm with Ellis said the tree could be a spirit animal that can manifest wherever it wants. Or a spirit angel, sorry. Interesting. Saggy stars as crows and birds are messengers too. Yes, in mythology, they are, and they have symbolism as well. But yeah, they can be messengers. Crows are extremely smart birds. With Alice says, I think the crows are good and rats are bad. Yeah, normally I would think so too, but Jade compared everyone who's trapped there to rats in a maze. That's why I think they represent the people. And the crows look so ominous, kind of looking down at the Matthews here. So that's why I think they're on the side of the evil. Like Amy, yeah, I agree. Amy said, I think the crows are the messengers, the eyes for who's in charge. It didn't want Tilly to get any real answers. I think that would be the man in yellow trying to stop Tilly. Yeah, I agree with the tarot cards. Yeah. Okay, so let's continue. Boyd asks Donna if he can visit his son Ellis. And he goes up, and Ellis is drawing Fatima. He says, you're like a poem. He says, you're like a poem. You know that? You make everyone around you beautiful, even this place. And that's true. She's warm and welcoming to Boyd while Ellis is cold as ice. And speaking of poems, an Emily Dickinson poem is featured in this episode in the background, on the wall in the diner. And it says, hope is a thing with feathers. Fatima is a symbol of hope. She gives people hope. Even in this dark place, you can find beauty. Like the line she says in episode 2 to Julie, if you climb high enough, even a nightmare can look like a dream. She is like that Dickinson poem, and this place is going to destroy her, trying to destroy her with the trauma of that Smiley pregnancy, to take hope away from people. She'll never be the same after that pregnancy. The trauma of it forcing her to kill Tilly. Remember, she killed Tilly and drank someone's blood. She's going to be scarred for life by that. And so that's going to take a lot of hope away from people in this town. So look how everything is all connected. The dialogue of this show is masterfully written. Just that simple line, Ellis saying, you're like a poem. And the poem featured in this episode is hope is a thing with feathers. She's a symbol of the hope of this place. And later on, the place is now trying to destroy her to help kill their hope. It's very much hope versus fear in this show, and hope can kind of empower people, while fear is something that the evil entity and the monsters seem to feed on. So yeah. Boyd shows up and she's welcoming to him and kind. Ellis is cold. Boyd tells Ellis that Lauren was killed the previous night, and along with her daughter Megan. And he says something cryptic that's never paid off. Lauren is the one who Ellis cuts him off and says, I know who Lauren is. What does Lauren actually mean to Ellis? Why does he say that? I don't know. Maybe this is something they planned on discussing later and they just dropped it, and it's a little plot hole. Not very important, I guess. It doesn't really matter, but it's odd. And Ellis does later go to the grave and put flowers on it. He doesn't go to the funeral like Boyd asks, but he does go to the grave and pay his respects. And then we're back to the Matthews. They show up, they arrive in town, and they see Sarah. She's the first one they see. She kind of looks like she's from Amish country, but without the head covering, if you ask me. She looks very old-fashioned here. Ethan looks out the window and he notices the cars with the flat tires, and he's like, why are all the tires flat? Again, listen to Ethan. He's so perceptive. He notices details. He notices. That just shows how smart he is. Like, he immediately picked up on that. They flatten everyone's tires so that they stop driving around in circles ultimately. But he picks up on that little detail. Katri speaks at the funeral, and they see the RV pull up, and then Boyd tells them to just leave them alone. You remember what it was like for you. Kenny and I will handle it. They all just, when Jim tries to ask people for directions, they all walk by and ignore him. Creepy. It makes it feel like a weird culty town. Kind of actually inconsiderate to treat them like that. To just ignore him. It just makes things unsettling. But I guess that's just the way they handle things. Boyd wants to be the one to talk to him. And Ethan, like, also, he seems to sense something's wrong. He says, what's going on, as he's looking out the window, watching everyone ignoring Jim. Boyd looks disturbed when Jim lets Boyd know he's got his family with him, obviously, because now this means kids are there. Jim asks where the highway is, and Boyd says, just keep going right up the hill where you were going, and you'll see. Great writing, because that's not actually a lie. He'll see, all right. He'll see that there's no way out. There is no highway. And Jim tells Tabitha that he said that keep on going up the road and we'll find it. But that's not what Boyd said. Jim just inferred that. So yeah, really creepy scene. And let's see, let me look at the chat here before I go on. Fletch said, or maybe Lauren had oh wait, let me go back. Fletch said, Ellis looks deeply lost in love. For him, he's at paradise with a woman like Fatima. But dude, this ain't paradise. Yeah, seriously. It's like the two of them are just, in their own world together because they love each other so much. Lucky them. Fletch said, Lauren is the one who said she was reincarnated. Or maybe Lauren had visions or dreams about Fromville. Tabitha only pops up in From after Lauren's death. Yeah, could be. Damn, they put Lauren in the ground and her replacement pops up immediately in an RV. Crazy timing. Yeah, one kid dies, another shows up. It seems like there's a replacement thing going on. One person dies, another shows up. So now we have the railroad track crossing right here. So here it is. This is the first shot of the railroad crossing, and there are power lines right here. And what is this thing? Is this a sign down here, or is this a railroad light box?
That I think is like a junction box, like a type of control for when, or like the sensor for when the train goes by, kind of thing.
Okay.
Like, how turn signal or stoplights have like a little box off to the side that controls the four lights and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
I think it's something like that, because it doesn't look like a sign. It looks like doesn't look like a box.
Yeah. Looks like a box. So we have that. That's a vestige of the real world that's still there, which is really interesting to me, because in Fromville there are no power lines. And so the Matthews leave town and they're somehow able to still drive through this vestige of the real world. That's why I think they're in this liminal space where the real world is kind of flickering in and out. and it flickers back out again when they go through the same intersection again shortly after, and the power lines will disappear. So they go through it, and Julie bullies Ethan more, saying that the group of crows they called is a murder, because when they gather like that, they're looking for a victim and blah, 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 you know. They're going to peck out your eyes and and get you in your sleep. But this is kind of how it seems to work with the monsters too. Like, once they don't actually kill people until you look at them. Like, you have to look at them first. The waitress monster got Khatri's attention and made him turn around before she killed him. And Frank looked out of the box and saw the monsters before they killed him. Have we ever seen the monsters kill anyone without them seeing them first? Like from behind? I don't think we have. It's kind of like the observer effect. So I don't know. That just made me think of that. If you see, because she said, if you see the crows, then you're the one they murder. Once they see you, they won't stop hunting you. And one night when you're sleeping, they'll come into your room, crawl into your sheets, and peck at your face and your eyes. But I think the part we need to focus on is they're looking, when they gather like that, they're looking for a victim. And if you see them doing it, then you're the one they murder. Once they see you, they won't stop hunting you. That's the monsters. I think that's a metaphor for the monsters. They gather looking for a victim, and when you see them, they can then kill you. Every time we've seen a monster killing people, they saw them first. That's something Scarlet and I noticed on our last rewatch of the show. And I can't help but notice lots of blue, bright blue and yellow in the color palette, and red. Ethan's eating a red apple. There's his blue tablet and his blue headphones. And let's see. See what you guys think in the chat here. So yeah, it's the control relay for the train. Train relay boxes, Bill Chill said. They help identify if a section of track is occupied, often working with axle counters or circuits to inform signals. Okay, thanks, Bill. Anyone said, still here, not that it matters, the 4-year-old woke up demanding pancakes, so listening. Well, thanks. Thank you for listening. Appreciate you. Debbie said, that's been my theory since season 1. It's a dual world situation with a liminal space between, railroad tracks being the proof. Awesome. I think great minds think alike, huh? Yeah, it makes sense to me, right? It's a liminal space in between, and the railroad tracks seem to be the proof. Let's see. A murder of crows similar to the monsters. Sounds that they make similar to the crows. Right, Belle. Michael said, remember, they put blankets over the windows, and someone remarks, it's harder for them to trick you if you can't see them. That's right. Or something like that. Yes. I think Boyd told them that. But yeah, they cover up the windows so that, the monsters can't trick them. That's right. Michael says, seems like maybe they have some weak form of hypnosis or impression pushing. Like grandma convincing the child to open the window, even though she says, you don't look like my grandma. Seems like they have some ability to get in your head. Agreed. Fletch said, didn't they trick Kenny's dad into thinking he had his brother outside? Yes, they did. It wasn't confirmed on screen, but we were told through exposition that he heard his brothers talking outside, and that's why he kept wandering out of the house. And they put him in that clinic to keep him safe at night, to lock him up. I think it was the monsters tricking him and pretending to talk like his brother. Yeah. Either that or the voices who talked to Sarah were doing that. Yes, kind of like the monster trying to get into Julie's head that first night on the porch. Julie, don't you recognize me? Glamoring. Yes, that's all I think that is. I don't believe Julie met him as a story walker. They can get into people's heads. I'm glad you guys can see that. And, you see what I'm talking about here? Monsters, they can get into people's heads. They've explained this on the show a few different times. And Jasmine said they know all their names. They send the granny monster to target the kids. It happened twice now. Granny targeted Megan in the first episode, and in season 3, Granny monster tried to get Ethan. So they specifically pick certain monsters to manipulate certain people, and they can get into their heads. Jasmine monster targeted Kevin because of his loneliness, and she looked like a beautiful woman. He was lonely. So yeah, they can kind of get into people's heads and read their minds. Fletch said, I think she met him before and he made that scratch on her face though. Well, that's possible, Fletch. I'm not rejecting that theory at all. But I do think that it doesn't need to have happened for that to be explained. Fletch said maybe the teenager creature does that scratch on Julie's face when she saves Eloise from the 1978 massacre. That's possible because I do think that's going to happen. Dave says that boy will be somewhere. There will be a payoff. Could be. I'm not rejecting that theory at all. Michael says, and I think the nurse was trying to get into Boyd's head when she points her gun at her head outside the window. Everything okay in there? Trying to make him do something. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Trying to trigger him, get him riled up by doing that. And it works, right? It works. Scarlet is back. Hi, Scarlet.
Hi.
Still going longer than I intended.
I guess.
I'm not going to get through both. I'm not going to get through both episodes tonight. I decided we're going to just do this one. This one is too important, so we're just going to do this one. And it's taking forever just to get through this, as you can see.
Okay.
So,
no, it's just funny. My cat was totally quiet until we did another live. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear your cat too.
No, she was quiet during the other live. It's like I get back on your live and she's all over the place.
Yeah. Yeah,
you only got through one of these, huh?
It's funny though. I like it. I like hearing your cat's input. So yeah, we just passed the railroad track section, and now we are. Where are we? We're at the point where they've circled around, and they ask Sarah, for directions, and she ignores them.
Nothing culty at all about this.
Yeah, not in the least culty. And as she goes home and talks to Nathan, and there's some weird vibes.
Incesty thing going on.
Immediate incesty vibes for me. Immediate. And then I think I might have skipped over the part where Tabitha said to Julie, I don't think those were even crows. I don't know if I skipped. Yeah, I skipped that part. She said, I don't think those were even crows. They looked like ravens to me. You know what they're called? An unkindness of ravens. Yeah. And Julie just sips her drink. I think they are crows though, but
yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Because crows travel in groups and ravens travel in pairs. But the stern face that Sarah has, it's just like cult vibes.
Oh, yeah.
Sister wife vibes.
Yeah, definitely. And then so she goes back and we see Nathan, her brother. He's gonna go feed the animals and asks if everything's all right. And she plays it off like everything's fine. but she's definitely troubled by something there.
That reminds me of when Fatima was fiddling with the door in season 3. She kind of does the same thing where she's fiddling with the door and goes in.
Right. Yeah, she does.
Yeah, I don't know if those have anything in common. I just noticed that when we were rewatching, I was like, oh, Fatima did the same move, because everybody thought she couldn't get in at first because she was a monster. You remember that?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, and Sarah also says it's the worst part, the part where you still expect to find the road that takes you home. It's the part that's cruel, about the RV circling around, and that speaks to the theme of hope. Having that bit of hope can be the worst part. When you think you can escape, hope can be the cruelest thing. Like Henry in season 3 was saying about expecting to see his family around every corner after they disappeared back in the 70s, and that was the worst part. It was easier to just give up hope and assume that they were dead. So we've got that theme of hope, and the false hope being the cruelest thing, and the way that this place preys on that, people's loss of hope and fear. Giving people false hope is cruel.
Yeah, Sarah has white on. I don't know if there's a significance. I guess it's a pattern, huh?
Yeah. And then as I was talking about before, the power lines disappear when the Matthews circle around again. So that's gone, and the control box for the railroad is gone as well. So yeah, like I was saying, my theory on how this is a liminal space between worlds, and it's a thin spot. So the real world is kind of flickering in and out as they're passing through, and now it's disappeared. But when they turn back, it looks like maybe that could start returning. Like if they turn back around the other way, they might be able to escape, I think. But we're not there yet. But at any rate, either way, I think this is the thin spot right here between dimensions.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that too. I'm in that way. Sorry. I was just saying, like, I need to lay down. Like this is a long live for me.
Yeah. I said you're still on.
I need to like change positions for a while. And possibly get on the treadmill at some point. So, oh yeah, really weird thing that they showed us deliberately, and I don't think it was a mistake, because the showrunners are way too meticulous about detail. The showrunners are way too, like they wouldn't screw that up. Like somehow include the same aerial shot and no power lines now. They did this on purpose, I think, maybe to give us a hint on how this works. We're working with like a kind of a sci-fi
otherworldly place.
Or
going back in time. Going back at a time when there wasn't electricity and railroads.
Right. Yeah. Could be that, because this is a place that's kind of frozen in time, and so it has obviously some modern things, but smash of some really old things, old buildings, and some newer ones, but it has no power lines. Everything just magically works. The lights work even though they're not supposed to. So Tabitha says maybe it's a switchback and you missed the turn. And he's like, no, it's not. He didn't miss any turn. She says, this is impossible. You didn't go in a circle that time. How did we get back here? Some fans have wondered, is switchback a clue to something? Can something be changed or switched back to break the cycle?
Well, there's also switchbacks in Jim's profession too, and making amusement park rides.
Right.
The little thing is a switchback.
Yeah. Yeah. So
And then also, it's the first time they start to have a little bit of intensity between Tabby and Jim here. A little fighting.
Right. Yeah. Some tension there.
Yeah.
And then so he turns around. What?
Oh, that's the car in the pool. Will we ever
Yeah.
know?
Yeah. They eventually gave us the answer to how the car got in the pool. How the truck got in
It
there.
was those two people that I can't remember the names of.
Yeah, some red shirts we never met. They gave us the
Yeah.
answer to that.
Yeah.
I think that was their way of telling us, the writer's way of telling us that they're going to answer all the questions. Just give them time. Even something so minor as this truck in the pool. So, so they turn around and go the other direction. And there's something there. Yeah, they turn around and go the other way. And I wonder, that little thing there that you see on the side of the road, is that something that was there in the shot? That it's kind of hard to see in that other aerial shot where the power lines had disappeared. But is
that
this
white thing?
Yeah.
That thing? Yeah.
I wonder if this was there in, when they went around the other time, or if this just reappeared and this is their reality starting to come back because they turned around and went the other way.
It looks like hands.
It does.
The hands of the monsters.
It does a little bit. So yeah, I
wonder what that is.
I like the idea that when they turned around and drove the other direction, that their reality started to reappear. And if they had kept going, maybe they could have gotten out. This thing, I don't know if this was there in that other shot. It's kind of hard to see. I'll go back and look at it again.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
It's kind of hard to see. It looks like nothing is there. There's nothing there in this other shot. There's no sign. There's no sign or anything on the side of the road here. Nothing.
And then there's hands.
Yes. And then something reappears. So yeah, there it is. There's a sign there that looks like a sign that you would see about a railroad crossing sign, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
It's subtle, but I think it could mean something.
Yeah.
It's like their world is flickering in and out of existence, and if they kept on driving in circles, maybe they could have gotten out again. Maybe the key was turning around and driving the opposite direction. And even if they had gone the same way, if they keep driving in circles enough times and this veil is still thin, there's still a thin spot between dimensions, the portal might have still been open enough for them to get out in a short window of time. I'm not saying that anyone in town could just jump in one of their cars that do work and just drive out if they go around in circles enough. I don't think that that's the case. I'm just thinking that if, once people arrive there, there could be a window of time when the veil is still thin there. And if they kept on driving, they might be able to get out within a short window of time. However, what adds to my theory on this is that immediately after that is there, you see that they pass that again.
Yeah.
They get run off the road. So I think that was by design to stop them from continuing to drive and potentially get out. Because that car just came out of nowhere and ran them off the road, and the timing is suspicious. It happens right after they pass that intersection, and you see a sign from the real world reappear that was not there before.
Yeah. So
that's my theory on that. I've had that for a while. We talked about it last year on the rewatch. But yeah, I think I articulated it maybe a little more clearly this time.
Yeah. That does kind of look like a decimated railroad sign coming back into play. So
yeah, and isn't it funny how immediately after they pass it, they get run off the road.
Yeah.
It makes you think.
You can't have that.
No,
should have done that, Jim.
can't have them escaping, getting back home.
Yeah.
So they get run off the road right after it happens. And how could that be controlled? Well, we already saw an invisible force collapse their house at the end of the season. That was not normal, the way that was done. There was some artificial supernatural force that pushed on the house. You could see the crack form on the roof, and the thing collapsed from the top down. And that's not how it works. Like, there was a hole Tabitha dug in the basement, and then the floor above it, pieces of it started falling all by themselves for no reason at all, straight down to fill in the hole. And then the whole house collapsed to just completely block anyone else from getting down into the caves in that hole. So if some invisible force can collapse a house, don't you think it could take control of a car and drive them off the road? I think so. But it would, instead of, obviously it wouldn't even need Toby's car. The force could just push the RV off the road by itself. But this kind of makes it look like these other people did it, and gives them someone to blame, thereby forging more problems between them when they have to live in the same town as Jade.
Well,
Tabitha,
they're willing the two reincarnated people to collide.
Yeah.
Because I don't know where Toby and Jade came from. What's their story? We didn't get to see their story of how they got there.
No, we didn't. We didn't get much background on that.
Because we don't know. They saw a tree. Didn't Jade mention seeing a tree?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know, actually. Jade was passed out, so I don't know. But they get run off the road like this, and Tabitha later blames Jade for it, even though he was passed out in the back. She's like, she blames him, and she's mad at him because their car ran them off the road. So that just, having like this external force, the evil entity, take control of Toby's car and run them off the road just helps forge division, and it stops them from potentially escaping. So it accomplishes two things at once, and not only that, there could be more to it. I mean, I've seen interesting theories about like, I forget who it was that I saw said that this could have been an attempt on both Tabitha and Jade's lives to stop them from getting back there and potentially breaking the curse. So that could be part of it too. There could be multiple facets to this, multiple reasons why this accident was artificially produced. I think that it was definitely artificially done. I don't think Toby was actually high. I think it was the evil entity.
I thought Toby was sober. I thought Jade was the one that was tripping out in the back.
Yeah, I think Toby was sober.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's like Tabitha and Jade, they're the key to breaking the cycle and ending the curse. So this could have also been the evil entity trying to kill them both and stop them from even getting there in the first place, stop them from even starting their journey. So there's a lot to it. And then there's Ethan. I mean, Ethan has a near-death experience in this too, and the evil entity could be trying to kill Ethan as well, or some other entity.
Well, it does keep trying to kill Ethan throughout the series.
Yeah, there's some entity trying to kill Ethan for sure. Well, more on that a little bit later, but
yeah, exactly.
But yeah, the accident is pretty brutal, and Jim gets pinned to a tree, pinned by a tree, which is so fitting. He's so helpless here, and this is just a perfect encapsulation of Jim's predicament in the series. He was always fated to be trapped in this place, helpless and unable to save and protect his family the way he wanted to, and he was fated to die there. And look how he reaches for Tabitha, but he can't get to her.
Yeah.
She is passed out. And when I enhanced the image of Tabitha laying there for the thumbnail of this video, and when I enhanced it, I noticed that there's dirt on her, and in other shots that are later in the episode, you can see there's like plants from the outside that that are around her and dirt, and she's laying there looking dead with her eyes shut. This was clear foreshadowing, now looking back, foreshadowing that she died and was reincarnated over and over again here. I love this. I love this. Look at this image. This is amazing foreshadowing. This show is a masterpiece. She's laying there unconscious, and it symbolizes the fact that she died there and was reincarnated over and over. This foreshadows the fact that she was dead. She was dead. It foreshadows the revelation that she was dead over and over again in this town. She looks dead here, and Jim is reaching for her, and it symbolizes his helplessness and foreshadows the fact that he's going to be unable to do anything to protect his family in the end. The only thing he does is he does help trigger the revelation, obviously, that they were reincarnated, Tabitha and Jade. But he's unable to reach her and, save his marriage, save his family from this place. He was always going to be this helpless, tragic figure in the end, pinned and trapped in this place. Like he's pinned by this tree. And the trees are practically sentient characters in this show. The trees are like, it's almost like they're part of the evil entity trapping them there.
Yeah, that's what I thought, because I thought maybe the evil entity just wanted to get the reincarnated people so they could play the game, and everybody else was extraneous.
Right.
Including Jim here, including Ethan. Well, there's a special game for Ethan.
Yeah. Ethan is pinned by a table leg.
Yeah.
Through his leg. Yeah, through his leg. And Tabitha's knocked out. Toby comes stumbling out of his car with his head bleeding. This doesn't mean he was drunk or high.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think he's just concussed.
Head injuries would cause this too. Staggering, dizziness, nausea, he throws up.
Yeah.
So it doesn't mean he was drunk or high. I think he was sober, and the big bad entity took control of that car to try to take out Tabitha and Jade, to try to stop the Matthews from escaping through the thin veil between dimensions. That could be another dual purpose.
Or to get to the Frontville. Either way, get them to Frontville. Either one.
Yeah. So
what if there's two entities and one took one car and one took the other car?
Oh, yeah.
Well, when I think of it as a game like chess, there'd be like, an action and a counter action.
Right. Yeah, maybe so. Before we move on, this is an important section. We'll check in with the chat here. Let's see. Oh, you guys have been busy. Let's see. Where was I? Okay, so Bill said Jim's facial expressions may be more important than we thought. A lot of things were more important than we thought. So yeah. Let's see. Tabitha, you'll see the unkindness later on that night, right?
Yeah, where were they headed? Yellowstone. Yellow.
Right. Hey, Mr. Grant Gregory. He said go to bed.
Never.
No, never. We're the queens of the night here. Fletch says traveling back in time. Yeah, Scarlet.
Yeah. We and
Fletch
Fletcher have had our talks.
right. Fletch said that would be the moment I would stop the RV and hand it to Tabitha since she was so annoying about missing a turn. Well, drive you
Yeah.
then. Yeah.
Yeah. Drive you
Um,
then.
yeah, you drive. You drive. Yeah, let's see. Flesh said you think they would have gotten to the fallen tree again if they kept driving. No, I don't. I think that's gone. Once they drive around in circles, they wouldn't encounter that again. Because they drove in a complete circle and it was gone at that point. A few times. See, Jade came from the fallen tree. Jade and Toby are literally coming from the fallen tree to the town when they crash into the Matthews RV. Okay. Yeah, they were just celebrating Jade selling his company.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, because all these people come to Fromville when they're having a crossroads in their lives.
Yes.
To put it. Crossroads.
Crossroads. A lot of people did. Jade had a company that it was a quantum computing company, and he had just sold it, and they were partying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But we don't know as much about their background as we do about some of the others. We don't know much about Toby. We don't know anything about Toby. Just that they were friends since 4th grade. Best friends. Mm-hmm. Fletch said, yep, that's why they told Sarah to kill Toby, as they thought Jade was the only one inside that car, probably. Well, maybe a mistaken identity, like we were talking about. Fletch said Tabitha looked dead and Jade looks dead when he hits his head going to Colony House as well.
Yeah.
Yes, Fletch. We talked about this last year, and yeah, you're the one who really alerted me to that, actually, Fletch. That was, you pointed that out, that both she looks dead and Jade looks dead in the next, I think it's in the next episode when he hits his head on the rock in episode 2. So it's amazing, the foreshadowing. They both got knocked unconscious when they got to town, and it's foreshadowing the revelation that they died over and over again and were brought back here. Amazing writing. I love foreshadowing, symbolism. This show is loaded with it. It's like a great work of literature. I can't get enough of it. I geek out over it. I'm ridiculous watching when I rewatch these shows. I'm like, oh my god, look at that foreshadowing, like a total nerd. I'm such a nerd. I get so excited about foreshadowing, about revelations we already know, but it's such a sign of superb writing to me, and I just love it. I love it so much. Not a lot of TV shows employ literary devices to such extent, foreshadowing, metaphor, symbolism. It's just amazing. I gushed over it like this last year too. You can go back and look at our rewatch live streams from last year, and it was the same. I don't know how I'm going to ever talk about 2 episodes in one live stream, but I think it'll get easier. Once we get past episodes 1 and 2, it will get easier. The first 2 episodes
one's crucial because the showrunners are like, everything you need to know is in the pilots.
Right. So I was crazy to think we could do more than 1 episode when we're doing episode 1. They said that they planted answers in this pilot, so of course we have to dissect the hell out of it. It's just the way it is. And the same with episode 2. It's the first 2 episodes, I think. So
well, they said episodes 1 through 3 had clues in them, but there was a lot in the pilot.
Okay. Amy said, yeah, and with Ethan looked dead at one point when he was laying there. Yeah, he did. Fletch said, so you're saying Ethan could be a reincarnated soul like Jade and Tabitha, Amy? Yeah, I mean, it's possible. But I think it's probably just Tabitha and Jade. I'm not sure how Ethan would fit into the whole thing, because Tabitha and Jade, they got cursed that way because they failed to save the children from the sacrifice. But so moving on from there. Boyd and Kenny put down the spike strip to stop the Matthews.
Check off spike strip.
Yeah, really, really dumb.
Yeah, I never really understood this part. Like, I don't know. I'm like, something's gonna go amiss, and then something goes amiss.
Yeah, it could cause problems. It could cause an accident, and they could use vehicles with tires. I mean, why do they want to blow out all the tires coming into town? Like, they need eventually tires lose air. They don't have any tire stores in this place, and they need.
Plus, you would have all the you can. I guess you could siphon the gas and put it in another car, but still, be nice to have as many vehicles as possible.
And and they need vehicles to get from Colony House to the town when people have emergencies at night and stuff. So I don't know. I think this is dumb, the whole spike strip thing. Toby stumbles down here and they take him to get help. Does he even mention Jade? I don't think so. I don't think he even mentions Jade.
Yeah, but you could also be concussed, man. If you have a concussion, you probably don't even know where you are.
Yeah. I think I think he was just concussed, and so they take him to the clinic. Julie sees that Ethan has something in his leg. And they bring Toby to get medical attention.
But see, you can't have Jade's introduction here if Toby says Jade's in the car. You have to have this introduction of him. The great David Alfay, everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, here's David Alfay's introduction to the show. Very memorable one, as he's high as a kite. And
I had to also point out that he's wearing hokey strings on his wrist, because some people think that's the bracelet that Tabby made.
Yeah.
So I had to go dig that up. The whole hokey strings, that he wears them for to support domestic abuse shelters in Armenia.
Right. So it's not another Tabitha.
But they look strangely similar.
They do. And I should also mention that that Boyd and Kenny were both really surprised by the appearance of another new person who wasn't in the RV, and so is Christy, because two vehicles have never come at the same time in all their time there, and as Victor knows, it hasn't happened since the 70s. Well, we don't even know that. I believe that it happened in the 70s, that it was every time Jaden and Tabitha come back here in a new life, I think they come at once. And that's why it's special, and that's why it doesn't happen much. They're always fated to collide here. It just makes sense. Christopher and Miranda's family most likely arrived at the same time in the 70s. In time after time, they, in every lifetime, Jade and Tabitha collide. They come at once. I don't know if they always crash. I don't think they always crash, because Miranda's car was fine, but they come at once every time. That's what I think. I mean, they never said that, but I think it just makes sense, right? And then we have Jade. Season 1 Jade, not Sasquatch Jade yet. We got neatly dressed Jade.
We got unbuttoned shirt Jade. Remember unbuttoned shirt Jade, everyone.
Right. The short beard, and looking more, well-to-do elite, as he is. He's very rich. And he gets out of the car. He's high as a kite, and he's looking around like everything is mesmerizing and dazzling to him, and it's just trees. And he's like just captivated by Boyd reaching out, saying, "You have an amazing face." Boyd's just like slapping his hand away, like, "What are you doing?"
He's
Um,
high on Molly. I'm assuming it's Molly.
yeah. So, this doesn't mean he's gay or something. He has this reaction to
Oh
Christy.
yeah.
He has the same reaction.
All the theories that Jay's gay. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, that Jade was gay and Toby was his lover.
Gay for Toby. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I think this is just him being high.
Yeah, he's seen everybody's beautiful. Everybody looks so beautiful.
Boyd's like, "What are you on?" And he says, "What do you mean? I'm on the ground." Great. So Boyd handcuffs him to the car for his safety and goes back to the RV to take care of the family there.
That picture. Like communing with the gods in that picture.
Yeah. This one here cracks me up. So Boyd goes back into the RV, tries to calm Jim down, introduces himself to the family, and yeah, and Julie's freaking out. I think she's pinned by something, so she can't move. Boyd takes Tabitha's pulse because she looks dead. Like you've got to check again, foreshadowing that she died there before. And in this shot, you can see a little more of the dirt on her sweater, and there was another one too. That this one here. This is the one I used for the thumbnail. And wait a minute. I'm trying to enhance it to show like it. They really went out of their way to make it look like she's dead and imply that with the foreshadowing of her past life there.
So what you're saying is they're dying and they're being reborn in Fromville anew.
Yeah. So like when I enhance the image like I did for the thumbnail, I can see there's a lot of dirt on her sweater actually. And like you can see there's a lot of dirt.
Dirty white becoming yellow.
Yeah.
Dirty.
There's dirt she's laying in from the outside because the window got smashed in. So yeah, heavy foreshadowing here, and symbolism of the fact that she died there multiple times. Just brilliant by the show. But anyway, and Boyd checks her pulse because once again, Jim has still been trying to reach her and can't. Boyd is the one who's able to actually free them. And he sees Ethan. He calms everybody down. Boyd is Mr. Fish and Loaves. He's the hero, the leader that everybody can rely on, and he does a great job in this scene. And also, before I leave this scene, something that I thought about last time we rewatched this, a tree narrowly missed impaling Jim. It came through the driver's side window here. If it had been a little further to the side, he would have been impaled to death by that tree. And it's kind of ironic. A tree almost killed him in this scene. Mm-hmm. And ultimately, it's Tabitha's twisted family tree, if you will, that will lead to his death later.
Yeah.
That will eventually cause his death. It will lead to it. It'll facilitate it. Because of her weird ass reincarnated family tree that winds up killing him. And he's just a victim of all this. He just married the wrong person.
Yeah.
I don't think everyone who gets to Fromville is selected to be there. Some of them just marry someone or are friends with someone and they're in the same vehicle as the person who was handpicked to be there. Tabitha's the one who was always meant to come there.
Well, when you make an omelet, you gotta break a couple eggs.
Right. So we see Ellis putting flowers on Lauren's grave. What connection they had, I guess we'll never know. Because Boyd had told him she died, and he didn't go to the funeral, but he did come to pay his respects later. And Boyd implied that that Ellis had some connection with Lauren. And this truck comes up with Kotri, Kenny, and Christy asking for Ellis's help, saying that Boyd needs his help out there with an RV full of people. So Ellis hesitates because he still has this grudge against his father. We don't know why yet at this point. We learn that later, but he does relent because he still loves his father, and he goes with them. Meanwhile, Gina, the nurse, is tending to Toby with this terrible, unsanitary looking makeshift IV in a glass bottle.
Yep.
That's all they've got. I guess they've run out of resources from Christie's old ambulance that she brought into town. And Gina takes Kenny's dad downstairs for the night. And this is where he says that really cryptic thing. I look what the mess he made. I don't like him, referring to Toby.
Mm-hmm.
So interesting. What does he know? How much does he even know? Did anyone tell him about the car accident, the RV accident?
Mm-hmm.
I think some of the voices that have spoken to Sarah also spoke to Mr. Liu.
Mm-hmm.
In his head, and he knows things. I think he knows things, but he can't articulate it clearly because of his dementia. Also, I don't know if they showed it yet, the Raven poem above Toby in the bed. It's hard to see in this shot. I think they show it a little better. Well, it's hard to see in every shot. But I'll wait till we get to a better picture of it. And then Christy tends to Jade, and he admires her face too. Yeah. So. Oh, and wait a minute. I passed by something I wanted to mention in my notes. So did they show Julie's shirt more clearly yet?
Oh, yeah.
Not really.
Illusions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they don't really show it that. I gotta be careful. If I flick by these too fast, I think YouTube thinks that I'm showing a clip and it gets taken down.
Yeah.
Don't want that to happen with this stream. I would be upset. Julie's wearing a shirt with the third eye that says illusions on it. We can't see it clearly in this one, but and it looks like it's hard to tell what kind of animal it is. Possibly a rabbit.
Maybe
Carl
a
was
goat.
thinking maybe a goat. Carl was thinking a lamb.
Yeah.
But the illusion shirt is a clue for sure. This place is full of illusions in the form of dreams, visions, nightmares, etc. The monsters give the illusion of smiling human beings until they transform and rip you apart. The buildings are all repurposed and not what they seem. Colony House is run like a hippie commune. And things are just rarely as they seem in this show. The school is actually a clinic. And there are all kinds of illusions and visions that happen to people, and it could obscure their vision and make it more difficult for them to figure out what's real and what's not and how to end the cycle. Third eye symbolism represents perception beyond ordinary sight, something that many people experience in the show. Julie with her story walking, Tabitha and Jade with the kids, the Ankui kids, Jade with his visions, Elgin and Tabitha's premonition dreams that they both had, and on and on. So yeah, that's definitely a major clue as to how things work in the show. Also, Ellis points out that Jade's car is from New York. And I think Sarah and Nathan were, Sarah, I think Sarah was coming from New York and going to Boston. They were heading to Boston. Like, that's where they were originally from. So they weren't in New York when they wound up there. So that was kind of the first hint that these people all came from different places when they ended up there. They didn't really get into that more until a later episode. So let's see. I think my notes are a little out of order here. Wait a minute. Anyway, so we get to the scene where Christy tends to Jade, and Boyd. There's a little bit of a better shot of Julie's shirt, but you still can't see the whole thing. Yeah. Boyd talks to Julie, and he reassures her, of course. And then Christy, Kenny comes and gets Christy and brings her to help with Toby. I'm sorry, to help with Ethan. Now we have the scene with Toby. Now Sarah talks to him and says, it's okay, you're safe now. Everything is going to be all right.
You're safe.
Yeah. Everything's going to be all right.
Let's make out later.
Yeah. You just rest. Yeah. And she says it in a creepy way. And she's just randomly in the clinic, even though she doesn't work there, too. So earlier in the episode, she had a funny look on her face when she was with Nathan. He asked if she was okay, and she lied. She was clearly troubled by something, and she later revealed in a subsequent episode that the voices told her 2 cars would be coming. So they must have also told her that Toby was in the clinic injured, and that's why she's there. There's no other reason for her to be here. She should be home right now like everyone else. It's getting close to sunset. But I think the voices told her he was there, and maybe they even knew he'd be injured. So Toby asks if everyone is okay, and Sarah says she doesn't think so. He says, I shouldn't have been. Why did I? And then trails off. So it's possible that means he was driving impaired, but what else could that mean? I shouldn't have been. Why did I? I don't know. It doesn't necessarily mean he was drunk driving.
Well, you could be. Instead, I could have been watching. I should have been watching the road. You could say that if you're sober.
Yeah, he could have. Yeah,
something could have gotten in the way, and he he gets distracted by an animal or something on the road, and weren't watching.
Right, absolutely. So it could have been just he felt that he got distracted by something, and so he shouldn't have been looking away from the road. Why did I do that? It doesn't necessarily mean he was driving impaired. Look at this look she's giving him right there.
Yeah.
It's really creepy.
Everything's going to be okay.
Yeah.
It'll be okay.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be just fine. And so they bring Tabitha out of the RV, reunite her with Julie, and this is where she finally wakes up. And then so Boyd and Christy talk. There's 40 minutes left of daylight left, and they need an hour to get Ethan out. Christy says it would take her an hour. He shows her a talisman, and Kenny asks if that will work. Boyd says he doesn't know because they've never tried it in a vehicle at this point. They don't know if the talisman will protect them. Christy says it'll work, and they really don't have any way of knowing, but they're willing to take the risk. So they go back in, and Christy tends to Ethan. Boyd talks to also Ellis. Ellis looks like he still cares for his father, because he tells him, look, this is suicide, and staying with the RV, he thinks it's suicide. But he doesn't call him dad. He's not very loving about it. He definitely still cares for his father. So Tabitha and Jim talk, and she refers to Ethan as Thomas accidentally. And she had recently lost a baby named Thomas, and we didn't know that at the time. That was the first mention of Thomas. So she accidentally refers to Ethan that way. She's afraid of losing him too. And she tells Jim, I don't trust these people. There's something weird. Yeah, there's something weird, all right, but it's not the people you need to worry about. Boyd convinces Jim to stay there with he can stay there with Ethan, but he convinces Jim to have his wife and daughter go to town, encourage them to go to town, because it's not safe in the woods at night. This is a big ask. It's amazing that Jim listened, because I mean, at this point, to me, it would just look like a culty town. And if it were me, I wouldn't listen. I wouldn't tell my family to leave. I would keep them with him. If it were me, if I were Jim, but he listens to Boyd. Boyd actually manages to persuade him that it's not safe in the woods at night, and have Tabitha and Julie go to town. Julie's kind of been roughed up too by the accident, along with Tabitha, and Julie's a minor and she needs to be protected. And Boyd said, I can't bury any more kids. And that's the line that kind of I think gets to Jim. He's recently lost a child, and he kind of I think he's convinced by the genuineness in Boyd's tone. I can't bury any more kids, and so Jim trusts Boyd.
I wonder how many more kids have died in the town.
Yeah, maybe there were others before that we don't know about in this cycle.
Yeah.
In this time. So well, here we go.
I will make out with you and taste your tongue, then I will take the tongue out.
Right. Yeah. It's coming. Let me check in with the chat again though before we get to that. It's been a few minutes. So let's see. I think someone said good night here. Where was it? I just saw it and now I lost it. Could have sworn I saw somebody say good night. Oh, it was Amy. Good night, Amy. Sleep well. Okay, so going back up here, please hit the like button if you haven't already, and if you're not subscribed, please consider subscribing. I'm trying to reach 2,000 subscribers, and I have only 60 to go until I reach that milestone. And we're going to be doing lots of these lives to try to get through all of them before April 19th, which is only 2 months away. And we get season 4. So we're going to be doing at least 2 live streams per week to get through this rewatch, and theory crafting live streams for the season 4 trailer when it comes out, the full trailer, and rewatch parties in the Discord. So if you want to watch with us, you can join the Discord. The link is in the description of the video. And once season 4 drops, I'll be streaming every episode when it drops in the Discord every week. And the man in yellow, Doug Hughes himself, has said he's going to join us for those watch parties. So if you want to watch with us, that link again is in the description of the video. You can join our Discord. Okay, I think I found where I left off in the chat here. Yeah, Amy, you're right. I think they definitely didn't want us as the audience to know who to trust at first and to suspect there's something wrong with the people in this town. And that it's a creepy cult. And maybe that's why they added the spike strip. It's a good point. Fletch, the flat tires that Ethan pointed out were all Boyd's fault. Put them in.
Yeah, maybe.
Jade wearing is pretty similar, but not the same shirt that the corpse inside the secret chamber at the cellar. We've been through that theory as well. Yeah, Fletch. Indeed.
Yeah, we'll never know about that.
Michael, Jade pretty clearly on ecstasy, MDMA, given his sensory touching Boyd's face. Yep, for sure.
Hanging out with Molly.
Yes. Flesh said, well, Trudy told Jade she would ride him like an alabaster.
I love it. It says Alabama Bull. I'm going to use this now, Fletch. It's Alabaster Dragon, but I love Alabama Bull.
Yeah, it's Alabaster Dragon, actually. And Jade did nothing. That did make me wonder if he was gay, but he was very preoccupied with trying to find answers, though.
Well, and some guys don't like an aggressive woman. Trudy was pretty aggressive, and sometimes men are like, ugh. Too much.
Right.
I do love Alabama Bull. I'm going to use it.
Yeah. Let's see. Bill said the trees have been trying to kill Jim. The man in yellow is probably closely linked to the trees, far away. Nice.
But he lives in the woods, right? He could come out during the day. Probably lives in the woods.
Right. Debbie said there was such a sus interaction. Who was Lauren to them? I want that answered. Yeah, I do too, but I have a feeling we're not going to get that answer. They're just going to leave that, I think. You never know, though. Let's see. Phil said Jade may kill or do something to Kenny later.
Yeah. Why?
Why?
No, not Kenny.
I hope not. Hey, Mitchy Mitch 74. Welcome. Toby knows where he is. He is saying something like, I'm not supposed to be here. I've had that sense about Toby that he knows more than he should.
Well, like the theory that he drove Jade there. Is that the theory?
Yeah. I had a tinfoil theory that Toby knew exactly where they were going, and he drove Jade there, and he was hired to do that by the government, who used Jade's technology to open a wormhole into this place in order to study it. And it was a really far-fetched tinfoil theory that I abandoned because it was taking a million logical leaps. But I do think that it seems odd that it seems like Toby needed to be silenced, and so part of me still wonders if he was killed because he knew too much in some way.
Or if him and Jay put their minds together, they could have figured out a way out.
Right. Maybe. Bill says Julie's shirt, the three-eyed sheep with illusions worn by Julie in From, signifies that the town they are trapped in is a fabricated reality or a trick of the mind. Well, I hope it's not just a fake place, a simulation or something. That's the worry fan base has had all
They all
along.
wake up in beds hooked up to something.
Yeah. That would be terrible.
Yeah.
I think it's just a real place full of illusions. That's what I think.
I think it's based on magic and children's imaginations.
Yeah, I think that's a huge part of it too. I do. And the T-shirt is a real thing you can buy actually. Uh, there's information. I've seen the T-shirt somewhere. I wish I had the link to that, but this is some information about the T-shirt that Michael shared here from Reddit. Jay says the cycle can only be broken at night, hence the nightmare creatures. Interesting. Yeah, it could be. Sarah, the star of the show. Someone's a fan of Sarah. Bill likes Sarah. Toby may have been setting up Jade to get to the town for the company money. See, that was part of my tinfoil theory, Bill. That was part of it. Yeah. That they used Jade's quantum computing software. The government took his software that was, he just sold his company and we don't know who he sold it to. Maybe he sold it to the government and they used it to make a wormhole into this place in order to study it. And yeah, I went way down a rabbit hole with that theory.
Where I was thinking it was more along the lines of Father Kadri, where he just heard voices or felt like he had to drive Jade there, like on an impulse.
Yeah, that could be.
Like Kadri heard the voice of God. Maybe Toby heard something else, and he was like, "We got to go this way, Jade. The beach is this way."
Right.
I've heard of a great beach this way on our vacation. Because he's in shorts, so I'm assuming he was hitting a beach somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, he is in shorts. Phil, I like this. Toby's tongue, Elgin's eye. See no evil, speak no evil. This season, Sarah is taking someone's ear. Prediction.
Wow,
I like that.
Stabbing that screwdriver right in the ear hole.
That fits. First she took out someone's tongue, then she took out someone's eye. Yeah, I like that. And it would fit with the theme of that because the totems, there were 3 totems outside of Cannibal Village in season 3.
She comes for 3.
Yeah, and there were 3 in front of Cannibal Village in season 3. There were 3 totems that were set up to look like hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil.
Yeah.
They were set up to look like that, which I pointed out in our lives back then.
Yeah.
Like you can clearly see it. One of them has arms covering its ears, one has arms covering its mouth, and the other is covering its eyes. So that there's a theme of that going on 100%. So that could actually happen, Bill. That's really cool. I like that idea. Samuel, foreshadowing, Jade is the alabaster dragon.
Maybe. I see the lonely alabaster dragon.
Right. Michael, alabaster dragon was a very specific foreshadowing resurrection reference to Magic the Gathering.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Samuel, Miranda, Tabitha hid her kids from Christopher. Jade may have been a naughty boy. Yeah. That's a bad sign. That's a very bad sign. Christopher definitely snapped. I think he was going to kill those kids and thought it was the way to get out of there as a sacrifice. That's what I think. That would continue the theme of child sacrifice in return for something. So there's a link to info on the alabaster dragon from I think from Magic the Gathering.
Magic the Gathering, yeah. It's a card. I've seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Third Shift Lurker. Nice to see you.
Julie just causes all sorts of mischief.
Yes. It'd be funny if Julie caused Toby to crash by story walking.
I'm just trying to save Jim. Oh, God.
She just walks out in the middle of the road and distracts Toby.
Oh, no.
Julie's
I should have not swerved to hit that girl.
Julie's just responsible for everything now. Like she's gonna be responsible for literally everything that's happened. We'll see him
walking has caused the menace, I guess.
Yeah, she is the menace. She's the secret villain. That's funny. Hey, you never know what she could have caused. I do think it will be revealed that she's caused at least one more important thing to happen. I do think that. But they won't
She
go
gets
too
to get with
crazy.
it. She's just really bad at story walking.
Yeah, right. I think she saves Eloise. That's what I think. That's what I think she's gonna
Yeah.
do in 78. Um, yeah, I didn't know that reference, Michael. It's interesting. Samuel, we need to see Jade confront Sarah for killing Toby. Jade hasn't given a single fuck about that. Good point. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
but
never.
but doesn't he think the monsters just killed him because she left the door open?
Yeah. I mean, does he know? We're not sure if he knows that Sarah killed Toby. How much do they know about that? We know
Yeah.
she left the door open. Like they know
Yeah.
that she left the door open. But do
Mhm.
they know that she killed Toby with her own hand? I don't know if she ever
Did
confessed to
she?
that.
Do they know that she made out with Toby before she killed her with her own hand?
Right. Um, probably not. I don't yeah, I don't think she confessed to that part. They never showed her
Mhm.
confession on screen. She's like she told Kenny, was it Kenny she confessed to?
Well, she tells Nathan in her whole glass, being the glass girl, that speech, and then she
Right.
says, "I did something bad. I left the door open," something like that.
She said I left the door open, and then she later confesses to someone else, and she says like I have something to tell you. It was in like season 2. She confesses to, I believe it's to Kenny. Yeah, Kenny finds her
Yeah.
down in the basement and she tells him, I've got something to tell you, and then it cuts and we don't hear exactly what she confesses to. So and we also don't see her confess to Khatri. So we don't know how much they know. We don't know if they're aware that she killed Toby with her own hands. So I don't think they know. I'm gonna say they
Yeah,
don't know.
I would agree.
Because yeah, Jade should definitely care about that and have been angry if he did know about that detail. Um I mean, obviously she's responsible for all of their deaths and he should still care that she left the door open, but it makes it a lot worse that she did it
Yeah,
herself.
because it's indirect versus direct.
But I do agree with Samuel that he should care more. Like obviously Kenny
Yeah,
cares a lot because it's his father,
yeah,
but this is Jade's childhood best friend. They were best
yeah.
friends
They
since
don't
4th
seem to
grade.
say a lot about each other, right? For being best friends.
Yeah.
You're my
Jade,
best friend. Hey, it's like Norman and stuff. Oh, my best friend, and oh my god, it's like Toby. Norman's like Toby.
yeah.
Yeah, my best friend.
Right. Jade only mentions it once to the Matthews when Tabitha confronts him about their car running the Matthews off the road, and he's like, I just lost my best friend since 4th grade, and Jim just got a little boo boo on his leg or something. But he doesn't actually ever show much grief, and he doesn't talk about Toby at all. So it is odd, and he never confronts Sarah with anger when it comes out that she left the door open. So that's odd. It definitely is weird. He should care more. But you know what? I believe it's just because he's got tunnel vision. He is obsessed with nothing else other than how to get out of this place, how to solve this puzzle from the moment he realizes Toby's dead and this place is real. And that's all it is. He's like a man possessed um by all his past lives, that's why I think he just kind of forgets about Toby. um Bill said Julie could be one of the crows while story walking. Oh man. She could be one of the crows too.
Shape shifting,
Oh
story walking.
yeah. Bill said Sarah confessed to Nathan, Khatri, Kenny, and Boyd. Right. She did. And we didn't see any of those confessions. Not a single one on screen. The most that we heard her say was to Nathan, I left the door open.
Yeah.
But we didn't hear her say anything to anyone else. Like they always cut. Anyway, so getting to this scene, Anyone
Anyway,
said
yeah.
Stabby Sarah on her marathon. She comes for 3. Yeah, she comes for 3. She's coming for somebody's ear next season, according to Bill. I'm gonna remember Bill said that. It's Bill's theory. It's a great theory. So we can see the chalkboard a little better here, and but it's still impossible to read it unless it's enhanced. And somebody enhanced it, and I forget who it was who enhanced the image. It might have been Geek Academy. But it was the quote from The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. And it was the deep into the darkness peering one. Let me see. I had it, wait a minute, I had it and now I can't find it again. It was like deep into the darkness peering. Hold on, let me pull up the poem. The Raven. Okay, here it is. Let me see if I can find the part. Okay, here it is. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. That's the quote that's on the chalkboard. I know it's hard to see, but trust me, I don't have the enhanced image in front of me, but Geek Academy enhanced it, and that's the quote. And it's very fitting to the show. The obviously dreams are mentioned.
Illusions and dreams.
And mortals, versus immortal beings, the monsters.
Foolish mortals.
Yeah, and it's it's a poem that's really about loss. A man trying to cope with loss and grief, and he's peering into darkness. So that's a huge theme of the show, the way that people deal with grief and loss, and there's a lot of that in this show, and there's no time to process it either. You just have to like roll with the punches and keep on moving to survive and protect whoever's left. So I like that they included that quote right in the beginning to establish this theme early on, about mortality, dreams, grief, loss, all of that stuff. Let's see. Michael said, Comcast apparently decided to nuke my internet at the stroke of midnight. Might be doing some system maintenance and be offline for a while. Oh, sorry to hear that, Michael, but we're going to be done soon anyway. We're wrapping up the episode, so you're not missing much. But yeah, sorry about that, and good night to you. So here's Sarah with Toby. Let me get back to my notes here.
Romantic.
Yeah.
A little kissing, a little making out action for you who are interested.
Yeah. She's like she's very much like Judas, kind of kissing, the kiss of death.
Oh yeah.
This show is full of biblical references, as we've talked about, and this is kind of like Judas and the kiss of death before she stabs him in the back, in this case through the throat. Through the throat and the tongue, and it's literally doing that, unlike Judas. But yeah, it's very much like a Judas kiss. She tells him, this isn't your fault, and she kisses him too, which is weird.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost like she feels bad for him and she wants him to feel peace and affection, right before he dies, to make him feel comforted. And so it's, even though it's a violent death, it's at least in his final moments, it's positive. Maybe that's why she does it.
I wonder if she kissed Elgin's eyelid before she went for the eye.
Yeah. She's
gonna be okay.
Yeah. She said, "This isn't your fault." So she also, I think, was trying to assuage his guilt about the accident,
Yeah.
so that in his final moments he wouldn't feel bad, he wouldn't feel guilty about the accident.
And maybe
Yeah.
somewhat aroused.
Right. and I think that
So many feelings.
And I think that this also speaks to my point earlier that the accident really isn't Toby's fault. Sarah is kind of connected to the powers that be here, and she says this isn't your fault. And maybe on some level, she senses that the accident really wasn't his fault, and it was a higher power that did it. It was the evil entity that took control of his car, as I think it did, and caused the crash. It was going to happen no matter what. It wasn't his fault, and she sensed that, and she wanted him to know that in his final moments. That's what I think. Then she stabs him through the throat.
Oh.
I'm gonna go through that image quickly
Yeah.
because it's gory, and I don't want the video to get taken down. There's been some question as to whether, in the fan base, as to whether Sarah got possessed by the evil entity to do it right before because her demeanor changes really fast.
Mm-hmm.
She's soft and compassionate and caring, and then her face changes.
Yeah.
She has this weird, creepy look in her eyes, like something else took her over, and she stabs him. So maybe, I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily that, but it's possible that momentarily something took over her body, and like, remember there was a scene where something definitely took over her body and made her draw the candy bar that Kotri buried.
Well, it's almost like automatic drawing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So some force, some entity took her over and drew that candy bar to prove to Kotri that she's legitimate, that she really does hear voices that are telling her things that are true. And so in this moment, maybe that same entity took control of her hand and her body momentarily and committed the act. We have Tabitha and Jim here, and he convinces her to go to town with Julie. And that's actually the moment where she accidentally called Ethan Thomas.
Yeah.
And that's the moment where I got the sense that, they've lost a child. After she did it, she was like, oh my God, she started crying after she called him Thomas. And I know they're in a horrible situation right now, but I just got the sense that, okay, yeah, they lost a child recently. Because where did that name come from? So they planted that little seed there. Jim goes back in to join Ethan and Christy, and Boyd stands outside the RV holding the talisman and just kind of silently, seemingly praying that this thing is going to work.
Just rubbing the talisman and hoping.
Holding on to it like people always touch the talisman before they leave it on the wall at night. Like somebody rubbing a rabbit's foot for good luck. Please let this thing work.
Yep. Please let me see the sunrise.
He doesn't know if it'll work in a vehicle. They've never tried it like that. So he's taking a gamble. But it's this or leave this little boy to die in there. So yeah, he takes the gamble. I like how they did that, no dialogue, just Boyd quietly. You can see what's going through his mind just by reading his face. Inside, Christy is working on getting the table leg out of Ethan's leg. Boyd hangs up the talisman, and Jim notices what he's doing, and he's like, what's going on? What's up with that? and Boyd is also covering up the windows with sheets and stuff, so the monsters can't look in and they can't see them and try to trick them. And Boyd just says he's making the place safe. And I guess Jim is just too distracted by his son's plight to really, push the issue further at that point. But you can tell he's wondering what the hell. And then the truck drives over the spike strip and blows out the tires because these idiots forgot to pull the spike strip off the road. And they all have to run to Colony House. The whole group, including Tabitha, who just got such a bad bump on the head that it knocked her out. Somehow she's now able to run up the hill. Luckily for her. I mean, the two of them could barely walk, Tabitha and Julie. They were hobbling out of the RV, and now they're able to run. But I'll forgive that. Let's see. And Kenny tells them it's very important that they get inside as soon as possible, and they need to run as fast as they can. And no matter what you see, no matter what you hear, you do not stop. I think it's miraculous that they just listen to him and don't argue with him about it. Maybe just being shell shocked from the accident. They just listen to him and they don't ask why. I would want to know why. What are you talking about? What are we running from? But yeah, they listen. They're kind of shell shocked, so they go along with it. And then Ethan goes into a seizure. So it seems like some people who are deeply connected to this place go into seizures and see visions or connect to some entities here. And out of the people in town, we have 3 people have had seizures: Ethan, Sarah, and Nathan. So that's something to think about. And each of them was connected to the place in a deep way, and got something out of that when they were in that seizure. Like they either heard something or they saw something that was shown to them. But yeah, more on that in episode 2, because we'll get into the aftermath of Ethan's seizure and what he saw.
I already know what he saw.
And meanwhile, Boyd looks out the window and sees the monsters are coming. Really ominous ending to the episode. There's the bride.
Yeah, the bride that we hardly see.
Yeah, I like her. She's creepy. I wish we saw more of her.
It's her groom.
Right. That looks like the nurse monster. Wait. Is that the nurse? Or is that no, that's 60s. That's the 60s mod girl.
The mod girl?
Yeah, she's got that sleeveless dress on and a bob haircut.
Yeah.
I think the milkman might have been there too. It's hard to see. It's very dark. There's the librarian.
Yeah.
That's the librarian. There's Milkman. Yeah, so our first look at some of the other monsters was right here. Mm. We had seen Granny.
Yeah, but we didn't even know there were monsters or just people walking up to them.
Right.
Except for the grandma. I guess the grandma was the only one that turned into a monster, but these all look like normal people. They can't all be monsters. These are the people from your neighborhood.
Yeah, but after seeing what happened with Granny Monster at night and everything that these people said about how it's not safe after dark, yeah, it was clear that these were more shape-shifting monsters coming. What a great ending.
Yeah, but if you were a Jim or somebody, you would think they were just normal people because you hadn't seen them turn into monsters.
Yeah, you would.
It'd be really strange.
Yeah. Yeah,
what are all these people from the 50s doing out here?
Right. Luckily, they've got Boyd and Christy there. Imagine if they had been alone.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because when the bus comes, the people outside the bus, some monsters come up and shake their hands and start talking to them.
Right. Yeah.
And it gets another prey.
Yeah. So okay, so that is episode 1. And amazing masterpiece first episode of this series. Got everybody hooked. Samuel said Smelgen gets no kisses. Didn't Elgin have one too? Yes, he did. He had a seizure.
Mm-hmm.
He had one when he first came. Mari or Christy checked on him. Yeah, it was Ethan, Sarah, and Elgin. Ethan saw the Lake of Tears vision when he was having his seizure. Elgin had a dream where he saw the boy in white singing the cicada nursery rhyme when he had his seizure. No, that might have been on the way into town. He had a dream on the way into town where he saw that, and then the seizure came after. So I don't think he never said if he had any kind of vision or something that came out of a seizure. Sarah, when she had her seizure, when she woke up, she said that she heard Abby's voice telling Boyd, hey, tell Mr. Fish and Loaves, there are things out here worse than the monsters. I was wrong. So it seems like the seizures are definitely related to people who are connected deeply to the town, deeply able to connect to the entities, the spirits there. And so it's just been those 3 so far. But anyway, we are at almost at the 5-hour mark.
Yeah.
I need to end it here. Scarlett, I'm glad you were able to come back and rejoin, and because it would have been a shame for you not to be able to be part of the first episode deep dive. And yeah, if there's
my only regret is that we didn't get to act out the Norman scene with you being Julie and me being Ethan and me reading Ethan's lines sinisterly.
Well, maybe we could open the next live with that.
A performance.
We could open the next live with that, as a segue into the next episode. We could do that. And yeah, and if there were any major points that you missed making on this one, the scenes that you missed, then we can go through that before we start episode 2 breakdown in the next one.
Wow.
So anyway, that will be Saturday night. I'm gonna have to rearrange things now because I'm gonna have to slow things down a little bit. Because we were gonna do a live on episodes 3 and 4 and do a watch party for that on Saturday, but episodes 1 and 2 are just too damn important, and I should have foreseen that this would happen, and we'd have to do single lives for episodes 1 and 2. We are gonna have to combine episodes for future live streams, but for these first 2 episodes, it's just they're way too crucial to this series. So that's all right. Next week, I think to make up for it, we may just need to do an extra. We may need to do 3 live streams instead of 2. I'm game. We've got to get through this somehow. We've only got 2 months, so we'll make it work. We'll squeeze in an extra live next week to make up for it. So stay tuned for the revised schedule for next week. So for the end of this week, we'll do episode 2 on Saturday. That'll be 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll start that one. And then next week, I'm thinking Monday will be the next live. The first live of the week. We'll do episodes 3 and 4 on Monday. We'll plan on that. And Sunday night, then we'll do the watch party for those
Oh.
2 episodes.
Okay, I didn't know which way you were going with that. I didn't know the watch party was Monday. You were going to go Tuesday or the okay.
Yeah. So Sunday.
Watch party
I'll-
on Sunday, live on Monday.
Yeah, so I'll stream the 2 episodes, 3 and 4, in the Discord Sunday. Probably I'll try to do 9 p.m. I'll try to do 9 p.m. Eastern in the Discord, but I'll announce it in the Discord ahead of time so people know. If I can't make it for 9 Eastern, then it'll be 10 p.m. Eastern. It's tough because I'm in Central Time Zone now, and I'm a night person. So. And then Monday we'll do the live stream, and that'll be 10 p.m. Eastern for episodes 3 and 4. Let's hope we can get through both at once that time. I really hope we can do it, because we've got a lot of episodes to get through. It's gonna be tough. Got a time crunch here. Yeah, that's right, Samuel. Elgin remembered his dream after his seizure. Yes, so something did come out of the seizure. Yeah, that's right. After the seizure, he remembered part of his dream. Anyway, he remembered he remembered at least a segment of it. He saw the Brundles. He was like, "Was there any water? Is there any water around here?" Yeah. So he started to remember his dream. So he definitely connected with some entity that showed him something when he had the seizure. So, okay. And good night, Samuel. Anyway, thank you to the awesome chat for sticking around and the amazing discussion as always. And looking forward to diving into the rest of the rewatch. And let's see. So yeah, Saturday night will be the next live stream, 10 p.m. Eastern. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Oh yeah, I'm still going to be doing a teaser trailer breakdown. I know it's very, very late. I've had a lot going on in my life, but I'm working on it, and I think I'll be able to finish it within the next few days. So keep an eye out for my breakdown of the teaser trailer for season 4. And please give it a view and a like. I would much appreciate it, because I'm putting it out late, so it's going to be harder to get into the algorithm and get people to view. I promise it won't be excessively long. I don't think it's going to be that long. So please give it a like and a view, and hype it if you can. You can also hype this live stream when it ends. When this live stream ends, you'll see underneath the video, there's a button now that says hype, and if you're not aware of it, everybody gets a certain number of hype points to give out per week. I'm a small creator, so small creators get a bonus, and you're able to give me even more points than you could give a large creator with a lot of subscribers. So it really, really helps out small creators if you hype their videos. So if you could hype this live, I'd appreciate that. Put a comment in the comment section. That also helps the regular comment section at the end. That helps with the algorithm. And always like and share the video if you can, even if it's with yourself. Add it to a playlist. That helps too. All these things help push it out in the algorithm. And please do the same for my trailer breakdown video when I put it out in the next few days. All those things. Hype the video if you can, like it, comment. It would be much appreciated. And after that, I'm going to be working on a theory video on Julie story walking, and potentially saving Eloise in 1978. So I'll be doing I'm sure a few theory videos over the next few months on From. So keep an eye out for that. And turn on your notifications, please, so you can see when the live streams are going to be, if I'm running late due to my pain condition, which does happen, unfortunately. And in the Discord, I always post updates on that too, when I can. Chosen One, hey there, welcome. There was a person's name on the map in the post office that said Norman. I wonder if the man in yellow's name is Norman. Oh, interesting. I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah, it also means Viking, like Viking people.
Okay.
I was thinking maybe I should do a video of finger puppets explaining my theory, like two finger puppets talking.
Oh, that would be awesome. That would
Well,
be
I had
awesome.
about Ethan and Julie, and be like, "This is about Ethan and Julie."
That would be great.
No.
You should do it. That would be
I
awesome.
should try to find some like those little monster ones because I think we have some of the storage closet at work. Find some
Right.
little finger puppets.
You should do it. You should do it. Yeah, that would be really funny and entertaining, and it's a cool way to present a theory. Anyway, yeah, interesting chosen one, and I had forgotten about that. Yeah, there is a name next to the map in the post office saying Norman.
Yeah, it kind of points up towards Canada too, like for anybody that loves those Newfoundland theories.
Mm-hmm.
Your
Right.
John Cabot theories.
Right. Anyway, to anyone listening who's not who's new here, please consider subscribing to. Trying to reach 2,000 subscribers, and just need 60 more to get there. So everyone helps. It's close. You can make a big impact just by subscribing now. Okay, so with that, we're gonna sign off for the night. Well, thanks for coming back and joining again, Scarlet. It's been really fun to dive back into this again.
Yeah, it's cool. I didn't know you'd still be on when I got done with the other one.
I didn't either. I didn't either. I overestimated my ability to actually be concise about this, and there's just no way. It's impossible. This episode is a masterpiece, and we needed to dissect it thoroughly. So, it had to be done. What can I say?
Did you find out the answer to From?
Not yet. Not yet, but maybe we'll get there by the end of this rewatch. We'll solve it. All right. Have a good day or good night, everybody in the chat, and Scarlet and Karl, maybe already asleep here. Understandably so.
Perhaps.
Yeah, he was probably like, "Oh,
perhaps he'll remember his dream."
Yeah, he was probably like, "Thank God Scarlet's back. Now I can go to sleep. This crazy person is still streaming." Anyone, JM says, night, have a good sleep. I'm in UK, so day started already. Yeah, that's why I always say have a good day or night, because I don't know where you guys are. That's cool. You're in the UK.
Yeah, remember the sweet time like right now when all the UK people come over, all the Europeans.
Yeah, and there was a very weird.
We get like a second wave of people.
Yeah, it usually happened at 5 a.m. actually, our time. 5 a.m. Eastern, go figure. Very weird time when they would start joining, and the numbers would start hitting 100 people in the in random streams where we weren't even talking about anything that interesting anymore. We were just kind of rambling and talking to the chat. Last May it was happening, and we'd get 100 people at like 5 in the morning. It was weird. Anyway, it's always awesome to hear from people in other countries. That's so cool. I love it. We can connect with people around the world like this. It's trippy. So glad you could make it. And yeah, hope to see you next time.
Or you can just start playing over the video right now.
Yeah. Yeah, we can come in at weird times. Yeah, it's weird, like with time differences. I'm always
in the background when you're washing dishes or making breakfast or whatever you're doing.
Yeah, that's what people do when they're going to work, in European countries. So it's cool. Like, I appreciate it. Thank you to everybody, in time zones where it's not really convenient, who still listens and manages to chat if you can, or even just tuning in at all, even if you don't chat. Thank you so much to everybody out there who's listening and tuning in. And shout out to the replay gang as always. Thank you so much. I see those numbers going up. And I appreciate you. I know we stream at very late hours that are not conducive to everyone to participate. So, and to be here when it's live. So thank you so much to everybody who watches. Especially, I mean, there are some amazing people who are like watching the entire thing, even when it's 4 or 5 hours long. So like, I see evidence of that sometimes. Like I'll see comments that are covering like multiple comments covering long lives. I'm amazed. So anyway, I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you so much. And we'll see you Saturday night. So take care. And
maybe we should have people, if they get this far, put a word in the chat so we know they're finished.
Right.
You know, some people put MVP. We could put like screwdriver.
Yeah, like a code word. Like if you made it this far, like if you made it this far in the live stream, like drop a certain word in the real, like in the permanent comment section. You could write screwdriver in the permanent comment section under the live stream. Like you just write that, and then we'll know. Wow, you actually made it this far in the live stream. Yeah. Let's see if anyone does it. Night for realsies this time. Nighty night, says Michael. Stuck around on cell and just put it on 144p to save on mobile data. There you go. That's using your
You had to put it at the end.
Thanks, Michael. There it is. Screwdriver.
There it is. You can put the icon even if you want in there.
Yeah. So yeah, if anyone's listening at the end of the live, put screwdriver in the regular comment section too, and we'll know you made it to the end of the live.
Did anybody get that Sarah doll? That crochet doll with a screwdriver? Does anybody have one of those?
I think I forget who it was who said, somebody said they wanted one really bad, and so I think somebody did. I forget who in the chat. Yes, anyone, not the 144p. That's dedication. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
That is dedication. Thank you, Michael, for your support. Appreciate you. Okay. Well, I'm signing off for real too.
Yeah, for real.
Have a good day or good night, everybody. We'll see you next time.
Bye.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself. In a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season 8. Said rewind it slow it, zoom in enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got miles of receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in Frums where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone say no chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the clout.
They don't